has mentioned that he will be a little late, and we are expecting Keith. But we will get the meeting started. So I'd like to call the meeting to order. We're doing a hybrid meeting tonight, and we have our board member Karen from Oakland Mills on the screen, and so she will participate virtually. I'd like to take the roll call of officers, or directors, I guess. We'll do directors. Bill.
Here.
Dennis.
Here.
Eric.
Here.
Karen.
Here.
Reg.
Here.
Sky.
Here.
And I'm here. As I said, we're just waiting for Chris and Keith, and hopefully they will be here shortly. Remind everyone that we are live streaming the meeting, so you will be recorded. And so if you have a problem, please let us know. But we do live stream the meeting, and you can access it from our website after we post the video too. So tonight's timekeeper is Sky. So thank you, Sky. Okay. Announcements of closed special meetings, and I don't have any. Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
the Audit Committee held a closed meeting on Tuesday.
Yes, but I don't have the form.
Okay. Just,
Yeah. Unfortunately, I have to read the.
we will catch up on the paperwork, but I believe it's important.
That's why I was a little surprised I didn't see it.
Okay.
I forgot to check. So, but there was the closed audit committee meeting that occurred, and as soon as we get the form, we'll make sure it gets read into it. Approval of the agenda. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved. Second.
Eric moved and Reg seconded.
I have a question.
Yes, Sky.
Is there going to be a report from the IAT? It's on the agenda, but there was nothing in the board packet.
Apparently we did not receive one. Do you want to give a report or? No, yeah, we didn't receive one.
So should we delete that from the agenda, or?
And that is pretty much a standard item on the reports agenda.
Monthly?
Yeah, it's monthly.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
and sometimes if we don't have a report, we still keep it up, we just kind of go over. With that, is there any objection to the approval of the agenda? Hearing none, approve the agenda. Columbia update, Dennis.
So while my production manager is getting things set up, I'll speak to a couple of the videos that are going to be shown tonight. The first one is on the digital kiosk at the lakefront. And there is, CA adds value in so many different ways, but if you can't see that value is added, it's almost as if it doesn't exist. The kiosk introduces events on one side and the archives on the other. And I've got a quick video of the kiosk going up. And as you can see, the video was posted by Maureen Kogan, Stephen Boswell, and it's another way that CA connects with the Columbia community and gets our message out. On the back side, and you can go ahead and roll that, the archives, because there's no sound with the next one, but on the back side of the kiosk is a 7-minute running video that dates back 55 years of all the different events that took place at the lakefront. And it's really a remarkable, if you haven't been down there to take a look, it's worth going down there to take a look at that. Erin Berry is the archivist for the Columbia Association, and she put this together, and incredibly proud of the work that she's done. But when you stand there and watch it, it really is remarkable, how CA has connected with the Columbia community with so many different people over so many years at the lakefront, and so many things have happened. And Bill's over there remembering some of them, I think.
Yeah.
But again, and that's there's more of that to come, and lots of events down at the lakefront, lots of connection. And one of the things that Columbia does so well is to help to create community. You can pause that one or stop, go on to the next one. So speaking of events at the lakefront, I love the next video. It's the Latin dance night at the Columbia lakefront. When I watch the video, I see exactly what Columbia is supposed to be. It's all ages, all ethnicities. We partnered with the Alonza Latina Commission of Howard County to bring professional dancers and dance instructors down to the lakefront. There were about 1,000 people down there. It was incredible. Offshore did a specialty menu. It was remarkable. And I'd like to do 2 next year. Go ahead.
Happy dancing.
Did you see me in there?
Huh?
Did you see me in there? The ice rink is officially open for those of you who want to get out of what's left of the summer heat. We had our best attendance ever last year. Our lesson program was rated number 1 in the state, number 11 in the region, and number 21 in the country. And it's remarkable the job that they do over there. And it's another one of the many ways we touch residents in Columbia. Any questions?
Just really quick on the information kiosk. Does that provide any other functionality like a Wi-Fi or phone charging or anything like that?
No.
Okay.
There is free broadband down to Lakefront already.
Okay.
That is down there, and we're tied into that.
Got it. Okay.
Dennis, when I was down there with you and you were showing me around, you said there was a camera up in the corner. Is there a display that displays on that as well? I mean, just kind of.
So we have a live stream camera at the lakefront, and you can go on the website and take a look at the live stream camera. It just coincided. It's down. It was up for this event and was up for the last week or so. It's down temporarily. We're doing some work on the pavilion, and so the broadband for that is down. But that camera is on will be on 24/7. You can access it at the website, and it shows the band shell. It's a pretty wide angle lens. The band shell and the fountain, and a little bit the pavilion. So it's a great picture. And during the Latin Dance Fest, it was incredible.
Welcome, Chris.
Hey, Chris.
Thank you, Dennis. Appreciate the Columbia update. Now we'd like to move on to our resident speak out. And on my list here, first I want to thank everyone who did sign up for the resident speak out. And I will apologize if I don't get your name right because I'm pretty poor things. So, first we have Dong Hugh. Welcome. So if you just come up to the mic and.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes. Yes. And you're representing our Sister City Committee,
Yes.
Liang.
Yes.
Thank you. So it's 5 minutes.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Hui Dong, living in River Hill. I'm the chair of Columbia Liang Sister City Community. Tonight, I'm here to express my support for the CA's Bargestone International Exchange and Multicultural Programs. As we all know, the heart of our community lies in its remarkable diversity. It is the diversity that breathes life into Columbia and fosters a unique sense of place that we all hold dear. Among the many initiatives that uphold this mission, a lot of multicultural programs, including the Sister City programs, play an indispensable role creating connections that transcend borders, cultures, and backgrounds. The Sister City relationship between Columbia and other sister cities all over the world embodies the spirits of engagement, uniqueness, and enhancement of quality of our residents' life. It is not just a program, it's a testament to our community's commitment to diversity, inclusivity, and intercultural dialogue. So it is my fervent belief that in preserving the Columbia Liang Sister City program and other sister city programs and the multiple cultural programs, we are upholding the very mission upon which the Columbia Association was founded. So for engagement, our sister city programs actively engage our diverse community, creating opportunities for residents of various backgrounds to come together, exchange ideas, and celebrate our differences. They foster a sense of belonging and unity, embodying the idea that our community is a vibrant tapestry of cultures. For uniqueness, the Sister City programs cultivate a unique sense of place by offering residents opportunities to explore and appreciate the diverse cultures, traditions, and perspectives. The Columbia Liang Sister City program in particular has facilitated numerous educational and cultural exchanges, language immersion programs, and art exhibitions, tours for Columbia residents to visit China and other sister city, and our sister city, while enriching our lives and deepening our understanding of global diversity. For quality of life, these programs enhance the quality of life for our residents in countless ways. They provide cultural enrichment, educational opportunities, and a sense of connection to the wider world. Our youth, through sister city programs, gain valuable life skills and a global perspective that will serve them well in an increasingly interconnected world. These programs, including sister cities, language cafe, and high school exchange programs, not just a budget item, they are an embodiment of our community's core values. They serve as bridges that connect our residents to the wider world, fostering a sense of unity and understanding across cultures. Therefore, in preserving the Sister Cities program and other multicultural programs in general, we are taking concrete steps to fulfill CA's mission. Our commitment to diversity, our embrace of unique cultural experiences, and our dedication to enhancing the quality of life for all residents are exemplified through these programs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Norm.
Yeah.
Any questions, Reg?
Yes, hi, how are you?
Good.
Just a quick question.
Yeah.
Do we have, let me go back. How often do we have an exchange of visitors from our sister city in China and then us going out there? Does that happen?
Before COVID,
Yeah.
we have like winter break, summer break student exchange programs every year. But since pandemic, they suspended because of traveling across countries right now is difficult. But we have planned to resume those exchange programs in following years. Also, I heard there is exchange programs between Colombia and the sister cities in France and Spain are going on this year.
Okay. All right, thank you.
So welcome.
Sky?
I've participated in the language cafes, and they're absolutely wonderful. I'd like to encourage high school students in the language classes to attend, and I'm wondering if you had thought of advertising the cafe to them and if the students ever come.
Yeah, you can answer.
Do you mind if I answer that?
Sure.
We have advertised those to third-year language students in the high schools, and the teachers were even sending them for extra credit. As you know, the language cafe the purpose is not to teach language, but to practice conversation. So that's why we would say third-year and above students.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Karen, any questions? No, thank you, Dawn.
Thank you.
Next, Delegate Chao Wu has joined us. Chao, if you'd like to come up, and thank you for coming out tonight.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you everyone here. I'm glad to come back. I would say this environment is better than school boardrooms. And so I'm glad to see some familiar faces on the board. And I think I left the board for 5 years. And I come here to support the multicultural program. I know it has been a success. We know we have reached out to not just Asia, Africa, and Europe, right? We are reaching out because we know there's a commission for Columbia Association. We are not just the organization, homeowner association, but it's an entity to create communication, to create a friendship, and facilitate this kind of exchange between people in Colombia and around the world. They have been done a wonderful job, so I'm hoping you continue to support that. Cultural exchange and this kind of student exchange, right, are really helping our younger generation to really know not just Colombia or America, but know the bigger world around the globe. I think that kind of experience will definitely shape their future and shape our future as well. I think that should be the mission. Everyone come forward and support that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Delegate Wu? Thank you, Chao. Appreciate
Thank
you
you.
stopping by. Next up, we have Marcy Gitt. Marcy, welcome.
Thank you. I'm Marcy Gitt. I live in the village of Longreach, and I'm also here to speak in support of the budget for the International Exchange and Multicultural Programs. I'm the chair of the advisory committee, and I have been on a volunteer on the committee for 12 years, and it's my second term as the chair. 35 years ago, my husband and I read about Columbia when we were being relocated against our will to live in Maryland. And we, as a multiracial family, we said, that sounds like the place for us. Here we are 35 years later, and thanks to your mission, your values, we can say we're here, we're staying, this is where we belong, and it's a city we're proud of, and we're going to stay here for our retirement. So why should we have a budget for international exchange and multicultural programs? I think it's because it takes the mission and values off of the wall, it takes them out of the website, and it puts them into action. Everything, all the programs that we have at IEMP, as we call it, really reinforce every single value that's important to Columbia. It's also accomplished with a very modest budget. One staff person, a program manager, and a huge core of strong, committed volunteers. Almost everyone on our Multicultural Advisory Committee has been on the committee for 8 or 10 years by now. So we accomplish a lot through our volunteers and through partnerships with community organizations who have the same values. I read on the website that some additional goals of CA were to fun, inclusivity, diversity, and connection. And again, I think this is what our program does the best at. From a personal standpoint, I can say I've stood in classrooms in middle school in China and helped teach English classes along with other residents of Columbia. We've had those same things in Ghana and Haiti. I've experienced the Columbia families hosting students and adult exchanges from other countries. We had French visitors here not long ago that got to have dinner in James Rouse's original home and hear about the history of Columbia from the archivist. And just from a personal note, the cross-cultural connections that I've made, I got to go with one of our committee members who got her citizenship. She's now a scientist at the FDA. That's a friendship I wouldn't have had without this wonderful volunteer work. As you said, please come to a library. Twice a month, we have over 100 people coming to the libraries and practicing the languages they want to learn. I can't find anything more exciting and that I'm more proud of than to walk in a room and see people of every nationality and age trying to learn to speak Spanish or Chinese or whatever. And we run that program completely on our own. We have international grocery store tours, all kinds of exciting things. So I just want to say I hope you'll be able to support our budget, and that I encourage all of you to come and have fun with us and experience the joy of living in this wonderful place.
Thank you, Marcy. Any questions? Reg and Eric. Marcy, Reg and Eric have some questions.
Okay.
Hi, Marcy.
Hi, Reg.
How are you?
Fine.
Good. Just curious, how many sister cities do we have?
We have 5 sister cities.
5 sister cities? And they are, I know...
Ghana, Haiti, well, I'm just telling you the countries, but Ghana, Haiti, France, Spain, and China.
Ah, okay. Are we planning any more by any chance?
Not at this moment, although we've been approached by residents from India and Korea that they would like to have sister cities as well. Mm-hmm. We have to have a strong group of volunteers from those communities to help us out with that kind of thing, because it's labor intensive to get it going, but certainly we'd entertain it.
So So in order to have additional sister cities, you've got to have volunteers to support the base?
Yes, we really do.
Ah, okay.
And we have to have, like when we started our sister city in China, Hui came to us with an organized group of Chinese Americans from Howard County who wanted this and had done a lot of research into it with the city and that kind of thing.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Eric?
Yes, my question is, for the current year, do you see this program as being adequately funded, or do you see that this program needs additional funding to accomplish your goals?
As long as we can keep our active core of enthusiastic volunteers, I think it's adequately funded.
Thanks.
Thank you, Marcy.
Thank you.
Next up, Bob Dover is going to join us virtually, but he did send us an email saying he may not be able to make it. Is Bob on? Okay. If not, I encourage the board members to please read Bob's testimony, which he sent us via email. Next up, we have Larry Schoen. No, not here. Okay. Next up is Tara Coates. No. Okay. Next, Sue Bannister joining us virtually. Sue? Oh, there's Sue. Welcome, Sue. You're muted.
You're on mute.
Mute.
Got it. I got it.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Yes, I'm here.
Sue, you're up.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, it's really great to be here tonight, and I'm very excited to support my representative Reg and the at least 3 other members of the board that are supporting us residents in Resident Speak Out, to not limit the Resident Speak Out any further. Resident Speak Out is a wonderful opportunity to share with the community as well as to speak to our representatives. And as we know, we have a representative democracy here in Columbia on the small scale of our board, but the Resident Speak Out is a direct democracy, and that is so important and so valuable and such an enhancement to everything that we do here in this community. We are an assortment of villages, and what happens in these villages is of interest to those in the village, but also of each other's villages. And it impacts our daily lives. And the real way to find out about that is through the people that live in these villages. And I really appreciate Reg being available to listen and speak to the residents here, and the opportunity to speak in this forum, which is a public forum. So that means I'm speaking to you. You may not know about what I'm telling you about, or you may know about it. You may agree with it, you may disagree with it. But it's my opportunity to speak directly to my representative and the representative of all the other villages of Columbia, as well as to the community at large. I've so enjoyed the people speaking at Resident Speak Out when I listen and don't participate, and when I do participate. So I really hope that you'll take into account that this direct democracy is really fundamental to a community that thrives and survives and is exciting, sharing all of these things with one another. And it may not always be efficient, at the most efficient. It may not be convenient, but it's so very important. It's the essence of a democracy. And seeing all these videos ahead of all the people in Columbia, I would love to see many more of them at Resident Speak Out, to hear what they have to say from their village, from their perspective in their neighborhood and their community. And I thank so much the at least 4 that I know of, Reg and Karen and Alan and Eric, for being strongly supportive of the idea that we need to have this Resident Speak Out. We need to maintain it, and we don't want to limit it any further. So thanks very much. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you, Sue. Any questions? Reg?
Thank you, Sue. I appreciate all the kind words that you said. So is, right now, the current system, the way we have it, is that what you consider to be the correct way we should have residents speak out, or do you see a different?
Well, I'm very satisfied with it the way it is. If it's expanded, I'd be happy for that. But limiting it, I don't agree with. I think that, we sometimes we'd like more than 3 minutes, but we've managed to use the 3 minutes. I think those of us who have spoken at Residents Speak Out, we find we can at least make ourselves heard, and the voices are important, and that's really what we're all here for, is to share with one another our ideas, our opinions, and what we have to offer. And I just loved hearing about the cultural programs that are going on. I'd heard of them, of course, before, but how volunteers make up so much of the component. And I do learn things from the Resident Speak Outs, like knowing that all the volunteers, from whatever culture is being represented or needed from that culture. And I think those are valuable things to hear as a community, as well as for all of you to hear as our representatives.
Good. Thank you.
Chris?
You're welcome.
Good evening, Susan. How are you?
Hi, Chris.
Hi. So my question is, what changes to Resident Speak Out in particular are you opposed to?
I'm opposed to limiting it further to just agenda items. I don't think that's a good idea.
Okay.
I'm opposed to, I guess that's the main one I had thought of that I had heard about. But there were a few others. That's the main one that I don't agree with.
Okay. So in particular, it's the limiting Resident Speak Out to only agenda items.
Yes. I don't think that's particularly useful because I think that there are things that are not on the agenda for that week that may be coming up, or that it comes from the grassroots within the neighborhoods that isn't really known to be of value for an agenda yet. Maybe not,
Okay. I just want to know kind of what changes you didn't want to see happen, just so that I could, take that into account.
I mean, I heard a couple of other things. I don't believe it should be limited at this point any further than the limits that we already have.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? No? Thank you, Sue.
You're welcome.
Next up, Kyle Gallagher. Welcome, Kyle.
Welcome. Thank you. Testing. Tell me when I can go.
You may go.
Okay. I would like to quickly thank the committee for allowing me and my neighbors to speak here tonight, as well as for continuing to honor residents speak out at these forums, to echo her sentiment. Though it can often be accompanied by tension and frustration, preserving a sense of democracy with issues that affect our community is incredibly important. This will always be the most effective way to ensure that all angles and implications are considered for future community works. With that digression indulged, I'm here tonight to voice a general concern for certain patterns of environmental planning that we've been experiencing over the past 2 years. To give a bit of background, my wife and I live in the very last house on Tamar Drive. We moved here from the city back in May of 2022, and unbeknownst to us, there was already quite a bit of ongoing dialogue with regards to our backyard. Our property backs up to where the limits of disturbance for the former stream restoration project would have been. We're also currently in the throes of the county-led Sewell's Orchard Pond project, and will be for the next 8 to 9 months. As I'm confident everyone on the board is aware, there's been a fair amount of conflict surrounding both projects. I'm not here to beat any dead horse. I'm not a hydrologist. I'm not an expert on land development. I wish to instead appeal to you all on a human level, just to remain mindful of us, the smaller details in any future projects or endeavors of this nature. Columbia Association has its hands in a copious number of projects, and I don't intend to mitigate the good work that you all do. With all of these projects on your plate, however, it can be tempting to take the path of least resistance. And unfortunately, from what I've gathered online and in conversations with my peers, the community feels as though we've been seeing a lot of this recently. My neighbors and I were told by the county for months that it was impossible for them to proceed with their project without draining the pond and raising the embankment, only to watch them compromise when backed into a corner months later. We were also told that the stream restoration was the best way to combat the sediment deposits in Lake Elkhorn, only to have experts in our community demonstrate that the science and evidence clearly stated otherwise. I'm a staunch proponent of compromise. If a job needs to be done, then it needs to be done. We can certainly be inconvenienced for the sake of necessary maintenance or long-lasting progress. But recent project proposals have felt inconsiderate of the impact to locals and for reasons no greater than a perceived degree of thoughtlessness. Evidently, as demonstrated by the current state of both projects, it turned out that there were always better ways to go about the tasks at hand. Had no one spoken up and the original project plans been adhered to, the ecosystems stood to be destroyed, property values reduced, and impacts told that would have been felt for decades, time which not all of our residents who enjoy their environment may have. My wife and I bought our house largely based on the lush, captivating surroundings that enveloped our property. In a volatile housing market, we were willing to stretch our budget and our comfort zones for the backdrop that our house promised us, our dog, and our future family. If it were your property, you too would be crushed if larger powers wanted to tear that down without considering all of the alternatives. We appreciate the willingness to halt the restoration project, and I plead with you to remain mindful of all of us little details should the project resurface. These details stand to be affected beyond mere compromise. Thank you.
Thanks, Kyle. Any questions? No?
Sure.
Red? Okay.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good. So where do you live in Tamar?
I live right next to Bob.
Okay,
So
I thought Bob was the last house, but yours is actually.
We're 6358, so we're the one on the street.
Okay, I got you. And so have you been watching, carefully watching what's going on with the, they were trying to take down those 2 trees and we got them to.
Yeah, so I think they were going to go about doing that if some of our neighbors hadn't stepped in and interjected themselves into the situation. So that's another kind of problem we've been seeing is the plans that are put forth by the laborers that are coming in, their superiors aren't always being exactly adhered to. And I think that some of our neighbors have done walkthroughs with them to make sure that points are being hit, that nothing is being done that doesn't need to be. I think that day we could have lost 2 of the bigger trees that didn't need to be cut down.
And so in your thought, what should they do with the streams? I understand you're not a hydrologist or any of that stuff.
Sure, yeah. So it's been a little bit more difficult for someone like me to follow to digest thoroughly all of the information that's been going back and forth with it, just because that's not my area of expertise. It sounded like in the planning there was a lot of they're saying it's okay, no, they're saying it's okay, some finger pointing and a breakdown in communication with notification of the residents, and I think that's gotten better. I thank you guys and I thank the county for that. But just making sure that the required reading is being done by everybody who are involved in these decisions directly, and that all impacts and alternatives are being considered.
So not to put you on the spot, but
Sure.
What would you consider, what is your view of a compromise?
It's not as much about compromise, I don't think, as it is just, so from what I've been hearing, and I'm fortunate enough to have a neighbor that is a semi-retired hydrologist, he just kind of is perfect for the bill to give us a little bit more information about what's actually happening.
Okay.
I think.
Time's up.
Yeah, we're going to have to move on.
Okay.
But,
Time's up for both of us.
all right,
Sounds
Chris.
good.
Wait. Chris has and then Karen too. Karen, I missed you for.
Okay, sure. I'll ask my question real quickly. What are your recommendations? So when CA is looking at a project like what you're talking about, and thank you for your testimony tonight. When CA is looking at a project like the stream restoration, what are your recommendations before they even sign on the dotted line? How should they proceed? Do you have any thoughts on that? If you don't, that's fine. But I'm just curious if you had any thoughts on how we might improve this in the future.
Again, just making sure that all the required reading is done by big decision makers. It sounded like, and it was hard for me to interpret a lot of the back and forth because it's not my area of expertise, but it sounded like there was conflicting viewpoints on what the evidence said, what the science said, if the project was going to work or yield good results, if, how much damage it was going to do. I know Bob had drawn comparisons to other projects that had been done that didn't yield as good results as were being promised. So just making sure that we're all on the same page and not ignoring the science.
Thank you.
Chris?
Okay, yeah, my apologies. I was just kind of trying to, I want to make sure that I understand kind of what your ask is. Could you kind of boil it down and kind of summarize what
general concern for future projects, just to make sure, and I think it was best summarized in the part of the testimony that I said about the two pre-existing projects, one, not you guys, one, the county, but also just bureaucratics in general. Feels like some things were being skipped here and there, and for me to know exactly what they are, I don't know, but there were better ways, it turned out, to go about the projects that were being done than originally planned. And if those are on the, they are on the table now, and if they weren't being considered at first, just a little more thought going into the impacts and things of big scale projects that are going to happen around neighborhoods and directly affect the residents.
Okay, and do you feel like there was enough input gotten from residents about those projects? Do you think that that's what was missing, or do you think there was something else besides that?
Initially, contestable. I think that as time went on, the dialogue was formed, and I'm, again, grateful that things were paused in order to take a second and be like, maybe we should reconsider some of these things. I'm generally concerned about what could replace it in the future. And I think that, again, if those projects would have gone about, I'm also encouraging residents speak out for that reason, just to make sure that, there is a continuing dialogue, as frustrating as it or contentious as it may be sometimes, just to make sure that we are considering all angles, both from the professional end, the WAC, and, from people who may not have expertise in the matter.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kyle. Next up, we have Sarah Kellett, and she's representing Protect Our Ponds. Welcome, Sarah.
Hello. First, I'd like to thank the board members who have been in support of Residents Speak Out. I have a very important topic today to discuss that would not be able to be addressed if we were only able to stick to topics that were listed on the agenda. As you know, I'm extremely concerned about the watershed management in Columbia, especially as it now pertains to the Sewell's Orchard Park Ponds project. In April, DPW asked CA to consider increasing the discharge rate from the Sewell's Orchard ponds to the Elkhorn Branch stream in order to meet code requirements at the ponds. The grave alternative was to raise the entire embankment of the pond. CA refused, and at the time, I had assumed that CA had probably given it thought and probably had good reasons. However, after seeing watershed management in action over the last several months, I've realized that this situation needed another look. After dialogue between myself, CA, and DPW, I am now under the very strong impression that the pros and cons of increasing the discharge rate were never considered, and there was no thought into what was best for the waterway and community as a whole. Considering the concerns about the Elkhorn Branch stream, I can certainly understand why one would not think it's a good idea to increase the discharge rate at first glance. However, in order to appropriately assess what is best for the waterway and community, we must look at the impacts of one outcome versus the other. To do this, some basic questions have to be asked, including how much water are we talking about, which was never asked. What would the hydrological impact of that water be? What are the impacts of the alternatives? None of this was ever asked. The amount of water that we're talking about from an increased discharge rate would likely be less than a 1% increase to the stream, which is extremely negligible. It would likely have zero effect on the Elkhorn Dam and also a negligible impact on sediment deposits. And if that 1% were allowed, there would not be months of construction to raise the embankment as a result. Also, the park would be closed for a much shorter duration, months less. There would be much less construction traffic by the Jeffers Hill Fire Station and elementary school, hundreds of dump truck loads less. Trees would have been spared, which ironically in itself would mean less additional runoff. Also, there'd be less opportunity for construction slug from the raising of the embankment, which in itself could cause a lot of sediment going into the stream. Just the last 2 points alone could potentially negate the entire benefit of not allowing the increased discharge rate. But that's not all. By allowing it, carbon emissions would be greatly reduced, both because of less trees being chopped down and much less construction. Neighboring homeowners would be much happier, as tranquility in the neighborhood would be restored much more quickly, and there would be much less potential for negative health impacts from the dust. Animals would be less affected and have a greater survival rate post-construction. Commuters of that route would be happier, and it would have saved taxpayers hundreds of thousands of dollars. The best part, however, is that by allowing for the additional discharge rate, it would have created an opportunity to negotiate with DPW, whereas potentially some of the resources being put towards the raising of the embankment could have gone towards stopping the runoff at its source in places where the majority of the runoff is coming from, like Dobbin Center, Howard High School, and Long Reach Village Center, for example. This could have been a huge net win for everyone. This month, I emailed the CA staff member who was DPW's point of contact regarding this project and who is also the person who initially refused the increased discharge rate. I told him pretty much exactly what I just explained to you, and his response strongly indicated that he had no idea what I was talking about and hadn't considered any of these points. I then asked him if there was anyone at CA who had looked into the project in greater detail and would have a better understanding of what I'm talking about. I'm still waiting to hear back on that one. Tomorrow, I will forward each of you the correspondence between us so that you can see firsthand of what I'm talking about. Our waterways are important, and this project deserves a lot more thought than it was given. I hope you seriously consider my concerns about this project, and I look forward to your replies. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Any questions?
Karen.
I have a question.
Karen has a question.
I have a question. Hey, Sarah, thank you very much for your testimony tonight, and I am very sympathetic to what you're talking about. Is it, for the information that you shared with us tonight about the increased amount of water not having an impact on the Elk Ridge Dam, is that Bob's learned opinion on that?
That's Bob's calculations, yes.
Yeah, did he calculate, what I want to know is, was that on a daily basis? My concern about the Elkhorn Dam is that, as you and I have talked about this before, that's categorized as a high hazard dam, right? Yeah. If there's any breach of that dam, there will be loss of life. That's why it's categorized as a high hazard. So on a daily basis in calm weather or light rains and things like that, it's negligible. But did Bob calculate if we got a 3-inch rain, if we got a 5-inch rain? Because I know that there is concern. A person I've talked to who used to be in charge of the weather division at NOAA has expressed concern, and he's stated it specifically as a tsunami occurring in Lake Elkhorn with significant rainfall. And so I really want to know, while the amount of water may seem negligible, did Bob calculate for heavy rains?
That is a very valid question, and I wish that someone from CA and DPW had gotten together and discussed that and talked about that, because that would have been a highly appropriate conversation in order to assess what the appropriate choice here is. The calculation that Bob gave me was based on an overall calculation, and it was, he said it would be less than a 1% increase of the total volume of water running through. And it would not affect those, it would not have any significant impact hydrologically. Now, as far as breaking it down to, 1 inch, 3 inches, I can ask him and I could forward that information to you all.
Yeah, when Bob is back, I think, Sarah, if you guys can, when Bob is back, let's chat.
Okay.
Reg, and then I think Chris, Bob Bilhan.
Oh, okay. Hey, Sarah, how are you?
Hi.
Hi. Now, if if they do what you're suggesting, would that save some of the wildlife that's in there?
Oh.
Would that relieve that?
Oh, I mean,
that issue?
absolutely. The wildlife are in distress every day over what's going on. I mean, just the fences are giving them massive stress. I mean, the babies can't get over from one side of the fence to the other, so you've got mothers and babies separated, and the babies are crying, and they're squealing at night trying to get to their mothers. And, you know, I mean, everything going on is a major impact in their life. And the longer the construction goes on, the more they're going to be separated from their resources and the more stress they're going to be under overall.
Mm-hmm.
And that goes for everyone in the neighborhood.
Okay.
Bill.
All right.
That's just a general question for the chair. This is one of the concerns I have about resident speak out. We've engaged in several minutes of hearsay. Bob says this, but we're not sure exactly what the rainfall is, but I got a friend at NOAA. And there's no actual data with somebody with a stamp and a degree and experience actually discuss the merits of what's going on with this particular project.
Exactly.
That isn't even our project.
CA never
Wait,
requested any data.
If I could have the microphone for a moment, please.
Sure, sorry about that.
Thank you. So I'm not sure what's actually going on here. I think that it's very important for residents to provide, hey, residents speak out, you guys should pay more attention to this. We need to get the experts together in a room and actually provide good information to the board. But to carry on like this endlessly about we're not sure what somebody said, and I heard from a friend who knows somebody, this is not good board process. We should be following our procedures, we should get good information, and we should get reports from experts in the field. So I just would like to try and dial this back to make sure we raise concerns, we understand them, and then we move on.
Thank you, Bill. I think Eric and Sky.
I just have a comment and an observation. We allow 1 minute for a board member to question and 1 minute for the response. And I've been lumping it all together into 2 minutes. And it's basically been a back and a forth. I think generally each board member asks 3 or 4 or 5 questions. And so that's just an observation.
Eric, and then
I guess my question is, what are the advantages or purported advantages of the current process of doing the construction and maintaining the current outflow rate?
Honestly, I don't think it was fully thought through. They just, you know, thought about the sediment issue, you know, going into Lake Elkhorn, and there's concern about the dredging costs. And, you know, and also it's been heated with everything going on with the Elkhorn branch stream. And so it was just, I mean, probably literally 2 seconds of thought went into it. And they just said, okay, no, it's a non-issue. But I know no questions were asked to DPW.
thank you, Sarah.
Yeah.
Just remind board members, your questions are supposed to be follow-up, clarifying questions. So just kind of keep that in mind, you know. Next, we have Dara Baker.
Can I also make one comment?
No, I'm sorry. Is Dara Baker with us, virtual? No, she's not. That's,
She is. It looks like she is.
Hi, everyone. Sorry, my voice is completely shot.
Sure. Welcome, Dara.
Thank you. Oh, boy, it's worse than earlier. I guess I'm going to use it to say the most important thing because I can't really talk right now. I basically want to take on Bill's statement. As a member of Protect Our Streams, we attempted numerous times, we presented to the board various options in order to have experts come to the board to give information. I know that Bob has offered numerous times to give the board information, both in an open session and in private. I think he's had numerous conversations. And all of those were turned down except for one presentation by Doug Myers from the Chesapeake Bay Foundation. It is a completely disingenuous concept that the residents who have spent the last 2 years researching this project. You know, we don't have all the answers. No one has all the answers. Exactly what Kyle and Sue and Sarah pointed out is the fact that we did this with so few answers that even a few questions poked holes in what was supposed to be basically a foolproof project. And this, to me, is the biggest reason why resident speak out is important. I completely agree that any restriction on resident speak out basically goes to the heart of trying to make things less transparent and less connected to the community, less connected to the residents. I consider resident speak out one of the best opportunities to actually engage with the CA board. I know that I have numerous neighbors who've sent in numerous public comments in writing. As far as I know, they never received an acknowledgement of having sent any public comment. And as far as I know, I think I remember asking once, but I'll ask again, was a list ever made of the number of public comments sent in against the project that were written comments alone and not a follow-up from a resident speak out? I cannot emphasize enough the power that this board has over deciding what is on the agenda so that you could virtually shut down any conversation by the public, any sort of comments from the public on any topic that you oppose or that you're opposed to. I think that it is a absolutely tragic response to the fact that it is a complicated world with an awful lot to keep track of. And I guess all I can say is that if the board had taken what we'd said seriously from the very beginning, you probably would have had a lot shorter meetings because we would have had those we would have had more valuable conversations and we wouldn't have had to show up for every 3 minutes that we could possibly take. So basically, I strongly advise the board against getting rid or making any change to resident speak out. And I strongly suggest that you really do listen to Bill now and you spend more time bringing in those independent experts that we recommend. Thank you.
Thank you, Dara. Any questions? No? Thank you, Dara. Next up is Joel Horowitz. He is virtual. Joel, are you with us?
Evening, Annie. You hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Welcome,
Right.
Joel.
Joel Hurwitz from Harper's Choice. First, I support the sentiments expressed regarding resident speak out. At your last meeting, Sky stated there is no record of resident speak out for work sessions. She said that people in the community would like to have that. Bill also expressed support. But CA for too many years has made a distinction without a difference by not producing minutes for work sessions. On January 12th, the board met and there was a motion to approve the agenda. Next, there was a motion by Bill Santos to have the chair and the vice chair step down and have new leadership. Then Ginny Thomas made a motion to amend topic 4 items. This passed 7-1. Next, Bill moved to, with a second from Andy, to remove the topic 4 entirely. This amendment failed, receiving only 2 votes. Finally, an amended agenda passed by 7-1 vote. The board had at least 3 votes. None was recorded in any minutes because this was designated a work session. In your September 14th packet, Appendix B, definition of a meeting of the Board of Directors, says in order of a gathering of the members of the Columbia Association Board of Directors to constitute a meeting, the board under the Maryland Homeowner Association Act must meet 3 criteria. Regarding the September event, was it properly called? Check. Was it a quorum present? Check. Was the purpose to transact business of the board by considering a matter specifically for the board for deliberation? Check. If it looks like a duck, if it quacks like a duck, flies like a duck, it's a duck. If it's properly called, if the quorum is present, if matters are being deliberated at the meeting. The board has on occasion voted to waive its rules on voted matters of work session. Well, again, this will have 3 votes, approving the agenda, second to waive the policy, and 2 to vote on the matter at hand. Where will these votes be recorded in the minutes of the work session? They are not. Similarly, on July 21st of last year, there was a posting of information added during the Board of Directors work session held July 14, 2022, which can be found in the archived board meetings on the website. Note the irony of posting work sessions on the board meetings page. This dealt with amending the agenda to discuss the objectives, goals and objectives of the president and CEO. So rather than comply with the HOA Act, there was an unapproved memo with an attachment on the website. As required by the HOA Act, the chair reads into the minutes closed meetings held. One of their CA's twisted into a pretzel policy was preventing the holding of closed work sessions. How many have occurred? Moreover, CA's inconsistent posting of minutes and the treatment of work sessions is evident on the website. Several events are identified as board meetings for which no meetings or minutes are posted. Sorry. This is June 10th, 2021, January 13th, February 10th, February 24th, March 10th, and April 14th of 2022. The unlawful and unsupportable policy of the lack of work session minutes needs to end, and end now. Minutes for work sessions must be created, approved, and posted.
Time's up.
Thank you, Joel. Karen?
Joel, are you saying that we're violating the HOA Act?
I believe you are. What is the difference between a work session and a regular meeting, except that you have a policy not to have votes, which, again, you have a vote. Every work session begins with the approval of the agenda. So that is a vote. And every time anybody tries to amend the agenda, now you've had 2 votes.
Eric?
So tell me why it's not a meeting.
I guess in your opinion, what should a work session be then?
You can not have votes, but I don't think the HOA Act and your definition that you pulled from it in your policy packet makes a distinction. It meets all 3 of the criteria. And again, it occurred to me, what is preventing a closed work session? How many of the closed meetings are actually work sessions? You don't actually vote on everything and everyone. You're having a work session on a closed topic item. So that distinction without a difference also is befuddling.
Bill?
Hey, good evening, Joel. Thank you for your comments tonight. You put a lot of dates out there, and I just want to bottom line it. Are you asking that CA follow their policy and be consistent? Or are you saying that we should change our policy? Which one are you advocating for?
1, I'm advocating you follow the HOA Act. 2, I'm advocating you follow your policy that's in a packet, which parrots the HOA Act. 3, I'm just pointing out that the staff apparently shows the confusion. If you look at the fiscal 22 minutes on the website, some are labeled as work sessions and do not have minutes, but some are labeled as board of director meetings, and some are work sessions, and the February 24th one was a regular meeting and there's no minutes. So you got several problems going on. You got omissions, maybe they're typos. You got missing minutes that were approved in March of 2022, and you have all these other things that now appear as board of director meetings, because in November of last year, I think you also had a board meeting on your work session day. So there are minutes for that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Joel. And last up, we have Beatrice Keller. Keller. Welcome, Beatrice.
Thank you. I'm really known as Marlene, but Beatrice is my legal name. I'm from Jeffers Hill, and I don't think I can say it any better than Susan and Dara said it. I believe we should continue on with the speak outs and not be limited to the agenda of the board for that particular day. I think people should say what they want to say. I think that we all learn from each other, and it's in the spirit, the Columbia spirit, for people to be able to talk to the board. And I think that emailing and other internet communication is overrated. The emails get skimmed or lost, confused, deleted, whatever, and if the person sending the email does not get any feedback, they feel that nobody is listening to them. So there's nothing like coming here and saying what you think. Thank you.
Thank you, Beatrice. Any questions? No? Wait, Chris.
Sorry, just the same question I had before. Is the limiting of resident speak out to only topics that are on the agenda your major concern?
Well, I had heard they were talking about eliminating speak outs.
That's not true.
No,
Oh,
that was
that's
never
not
on.
No way.
Okay, then, yes.
So that's it.
I think people should come and say what they want to say and not be limited to the agenda.
Okay,
Yes,
right, so that's the only thing that you were concerned about.
right.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you. that concludes resident speak out. I want to thank everyone who did come out and speak tonight. I just wanted to acknowledge that Keith has joined us. Welcome, Keith.
My apologies.
No problem. And some late-breaking news. I do have the form for the closed audit committee meeting. So I will read that into the record so that we are official. There was a closed meeting of the audit committee on September 26, 2023. In attendance were Tim Redmond, Bill, Reg, and Sky. The vote to close was 4-0-0. Give me a minute here. Meeting was closed at 7:58 p.m. and opened at 8:52 p.m. It was closed under the HOA sections 1 and 4, 1, discussion of matters pertaining to employees and personnel, and 4, consultation with staff, personnel, consultants, attorneys, board members, or other persons in connection with pending or potential litigation or other legal matters. The purpose of the closed meeting was review internal audit reports and consultation with staff, personnel on legal matters. So, thank you very much for getting the closed meeting form so I can read it into the record. All right. Consent agenda. We approved it, so we approved the minutes of the July 27th board meeting. We approved the resolution disbanding the 2 committees. We approved the CA guidebook, and we approved the appointment of the representative from Harper's Choice to the Aging Well and Columbia Advocacy Committee. Okay, we are now on to board votes. And first up is easement request from the State Highway Administration. Dennis?
I've got Howard Hughes is with me tonight. Greg, do you want to? So I guess there was an FAQ that went out with that Howard Hughes put together, and that's in the packet. I don't know if there are any questions about the FAQ that Howard Hughes can answer. But there were some questions submitted by the board. They were answered. And so I think we'll start with that.
So, board members, remember up for a vote tonight is the approval of the easement request. So, any questions? We did get a bunch of information. Karen?
Mute.
Karen, you're mute. Sorry.
Sorry, I just started speaking. Since we have people here tonight who can answer these questions, I'm really curious to know if we approve the easement to complete the jug handle, what is the return on investment to our lien paying commercial properties that are downtown? Can someone answer that question for me?
I guess not, but I would like to mention something that probably does not have a monetary value. And if the jug handle is approved, it will make life a whole lot easier for those of us on the west side of Columbia who have to right now fight traffic trying to get into Meriwether when we're returning home. So that would ease traffic for at least 3 of the villages.
Bill?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to bring this back to the subject at hand tonight. This is not the approval or disapproval of the jug handle. That was approved by the planning board more than 10 years ago, I think. This is more about an easement to do some grading on land that we own. And we should focus on that and not necessarily the approval or disapproval of something that, A, is not within our purview to approve, and B, is not up for subject to discussion. We should talk about the grading that has been requested by the State Highway Administration, if we could.
Karen, I think.
Yeah, can I just make a comment to that? Is that, well, yeah, but this is, if we don't approve this easement, they have to come up with a new route.
Well, that's one possibility.
They say it in the FAQ. They say it in the FAQ. If we don't approve it, they have to go back to the drawing board.
I would also suggest that if we don't approve this, that they may take us to court. And we could incur thousands of dollars in legal fees, which would affect our bottom line.
Be that as it may, but I think our discussion topic is right on track. That was my point.
All right, Eric and then Sky.
So as Dennis, as you mentioned last week, this third of an acre really doesn't provide us much utility. We can't build anything on it. It doesn't really do us much of anything. So the concern I have is if we approve this easement, it gets regraded to support the jug handlers or some roads. And then at some point, we're stuck maintaining this thing that really is providing us no value. So the question I have is, can we look into selling it, selling this, just the easement area, so that the owner would be responsible for the grading, would be responsible for the maintenance of that land, because it's not really providing us anything. And it would get us out from any potential liabilities, whether it's a legal liability for something that happens on that land, or a liability for any issues with the grading or any fixes to the grading that need to happen in the future. So my big concern is that we're basically putting ourselves in line for a lot of liability or potential liabilities, but we get no actual utility out of this land. So can we look at the feasibility of actually selling it?
So there's an answer in here that speaks to the grading is responsibility of SHA so long as the road is there. So that grading, that maintenance responsibility stays with SHA. So that's not, I don't think that's an issue. Prior boards have always shied away from selling any property. And the direction we've had as staff is not to sell, is to not give up any CA property, because ultimately you lose any right to it ever. And we're institutional owners. We're going to be here 500 years from now. There'll be a CA. Might not be a road, but there'll be a CA. So we can look into it, but if the board so chooses, I think the best solution is the easement. The maintenance stays with SHA. We keep the property. It's fairly straightforward. I don't know that there's a reason to sell it.
We've made land exchanges in the past. Like last year, we had a land swap for a bit of property. So which is essentially a sale and a purchase. So it's not like we have never ceded land. But I guess the question is, what if we retain ownership? What's the benefit to us? What's our net benefit of retaining ownership of this?
I mean, I would say, one, it's our land, and the only thing they can do is what the easement, allows them to do, and they can't do anything else. Reg?
The idea of selling a piece of CA property is abhorrent to me. I really dislike that idea. I think we need to keep what is ours, and as far as what to do with that particular land, if it's sitting there, if it's of no, I mean, if we're not going to be able to go in there and operate and do the upkeep of it, then what are we going to do with it? So, and I'm against selling it. I do think that we should just go ahead and give them the rights to it, but doggone it, let's not sell our land. I'm against selling anything of CA land. We don't need to do that.
Sky and then Keith.
I think we have to weigh the benefits of approving the easement versus the disadvantages of not approving it.
Keith.
I think the conversation is all reasonable conversation. I do believe they're separate topics, because we need to, I believe, discuss the easement. Any discussion outside of that, whether it be selling it, valuing it, I believe we just need to take that up as a separate topic. And I don't think it's unreasonable, because I've felt for a bit now that we don't really have a clear idea of our responsibilities around property. I don't mean the day-to-day. I mean at the strategic level, how we want to manage our property at that board level. So I would like to separate these issues if we can and just discuss the easement. I agree, Sky, that this for me feels very straightforward given the volume of, I don't know if it would be sued or anything, I can't speak to that, but the volume of effort it would take to change the plans that have been approved and in process for an extended period of time. So if there aren't any comments, I don't want to cut anything off, but I'd be interested in calling the vote.
Well, I was going to ask, would someone like to make a motion to accept that the board approve the resolution that's in our packet authorizing the easement? I need a motion.
I just want to make sure everyone's spoken because I don't want to.
Oh, no, we can still talk it.
Okay, I'll make the motion.
I'll second. Reg seconded. Keith moved and Reg seconded. Any further discussion? Eric, you had your hand.
Yeah, just to clarify, what is the motion?
The motion is what's in our packet here authorizing the easement.
Okay, thanks. So the question I have, sorry, I'm writing at the same time. The question I have, so the jug handle flows into Merriweather properties. Basically, it flows into units like the Juniper, flows into the Marlowe, flows into a whole bunch of other buildings there. Are those buildings lien-paying properties to CA? Do they pay an annual charge?
Yes.
Yeah, they're under the
Yes, they do.
the charge.
So there is some. So to do this, there is some benefit to, say, tenants living there that are in buildings that are paying the annual charge. Yeah, just want to clarify.
All right, any further discussion? If not, I'm going to call the question. All right.
Oh, yeah, I remember my question.
All right, Sky.
In my memory, which is very, very short, I don't recall easements being major decisions. They've also always been kind of, okay, let's do it, slam bam, on to the next issue. And I'm wondering why this easement request has received so much time and attention. How does it make it different from other easement requests?
The only thing I would say is each board is different, and each board can decide, what it wants to discuss. Karen.
Mute again.
Yeah, I got it. So I just wanted to comment on what Sky had just said. I didn't think that this easement was getting more or less attention than previous easements, but to also use Keith's phrase, a strategic management plan for our CA property, one of the things that concerns me is, and this happened with another property we talked about recently, is we don't understand the value of our property before we start granting easements. And I would like to see us in the future start really understanding what is the value of what we hold and what we're approving for the use by someone else. So those are some of my concerns and reasons why I ask questions like, what is the return on investment if we allow this easement so that the work on the jug handle can proceed by the State Highway Administration? What is the overall return on investment to not just our residents, to the commercial properties that are downtown? Those things I think are really important questions for us to ask when we're granting these easements. So even though this property may seem not to hold any value, it clearly does hold some value because people want to put a road on it to help people get into Columbia much in a simpler fashion. So that's why I'm asking all these questions, Sky. I don't know if that helps you, why I'm concerned.
Eric and Bill.
Yeah, actually, this easement, I was initially a bit confused by this easement. Usually when we have easements, the entity requesting the easement is the one that gives the presentation. So I was sort of expecting SHA to be giving the presentation, but that's sort of where I started my confusion. Where I thought things got a little confusing, but that's just me.
Bill.
Just a quick clarification. I don't believe we're building any roads on open space here. This is just a grading.
Right, this is grading. This is grading.
Okay.
No
Just
roads
understood.
going
Thank
on
you.
property, just grading. All right, so I'm going to call the question. Once again, the resolution is in your packet. I don't really want to read the whole resolution, but basically authorizes the granting of the easement with the conditions that's listed. Bill?
Yes.
Sky?
Yes.
Karen?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
Chris?
Yes.
Keith?
Yes.
Reg?
Yes.
Andy, yes. Okay, passes unanimous. Thank you all. I want to thank Howard Hughes for putting together the information and the information. Thank you. All right, next up, strategic priorities. If you remember, we are to approve some guidance, basically strategic priorities to staff, so they can build the budget, so we can meet the schedule that the board adopted back in July. So Dennis, is there anything you want to?
I'm going to turn it over to Susan.
Susan.
Good evening, and thank you for your attention to this topic that matters to all of us and is so important to you and one of your primary responsibilities. So I did put together with a lot of help, just some slides just to help you focus and provide a little bit more context. And this just was completed later today, so we'll share it with you tomorrow. And then you can have to rely on. So the framework, the budget framework that you're following, and it focuses first on listening and prioritizing. That's where you are now. We've reached out to the community. There's been a survey. You've talked to your village boards, et cetera, and now it's time to set priorities. Next, we'll pull that data together. We'll analyze it, and then we'll provide in October, according to the schedule, the kind of high-level projections for outcomes and the more detailed assumptions for you to review and consider. So you are here tonight, and with the goal being to provide material to you on October 20th for some online feedback and a virtual listening session with the community and further discussion by the board. So this process, just quick reminder, it engages the community. We've had, we'll have multiple surveys and opportunities to hear from folks. The fixed parameters are not defined at the beginning, as they had been for many years. It gives you more time and more community input to inform those decisions. We're asking you, as Andy said, to set the strategic priorities tonight and ultimately to be approving a budget in February of 2024. So starting point is very tiny little words here, but things have changed. It's now a BC and an AC. Before COVID and after COVID. And while we're still, many of us still kind of going through that, there's obviously been outbreaks of more cases, et cetera. But since the pandemic, we've demonstrated, and the audit committee saw that, and you've seen that in your financial reports, the ability to manage revenues or costs to revenues, expenses to revenue. And I would say, even as revenues continues to recover, it's a slow climb up, and costs have increased. We've focused on process improvements. We went paperless on most of our key processes, and really looked at ways to streamline and become more efficient, and that again has helped us reduce costs, especially in the areas that I oversee, in the overhead and administration. And then we've just reinforced our commitment to the community, more engagement, and the virtual, even hybrid meetings to enable people to attend and see and watch virtually has been a big help. The economy, markedly different from COVID to even 18 months ago. So we were at a 40-year high of inflation not many months ago, and it's been creeping down. But prices are significantly higher for us on every level, in every type of goods or services than they were 2 years ago. Obviously, interest rates are the highest they've been in decades. There have been 11, just in case you're not paying attention to this, 11 rate increases by the Fed since March of 2022, and one more expected before the end of this calendar year. So that's helped us on the investment earnings side. It's made us, very, very cautious in our cash forecasting for borrowing on the other side. Most economists say still think there's going to be a recession in calendar year 24. We continue to have supply chain challenges, and they vary frequently. and unpredictably from project to project and quarter to quarter. And we still are struggling with staffing and recruiting, mainly customer-facing positions, very consistent with other organizations regionally and across the country. So tonight's purpose, we're asking for you to determine sort of the high-level strategic objectives for the budget. We need your guidance, and then we'll build out some initial projections for you to review in October. We'll ask you to further refine that guidance, and then in December to decide more specifically on rate guidance on the annual charge rate and cap, and specific maybe programmatic matters that you'd like to see, so that we can turn that around and turn that into a draft budget to issue in January of '24. So this information was in your packet. I'm reproducing it here, but the strategic priorities that you all identified were infrastructure, focused on the assets the CA has and the plan for maintaining or growing them, accessibility. Most of the conversation there seemed to focus on increasing participation and communicating with the community and stakeholders. Affordability, that was a kind of quite a varied conversation, talking about the affordability of in CA, comparing the organization to Reston, Virginia, and other HOAs, and how can we make living here more affordable. And I should note that these are the notes that the board operations assistant took based on the meeting, so we tried not to color them in any way. And then the other three, environment, recurring themes about watershed management, its progress, what do we need to do with the plan going forward, and energy efficiency and renewable energy work. Grants, to whom do we give grants or donations, and what is the board's position on CA as a grant-making, grant-giving organization. And finally, staffing and staff development. The comments, the notes were on opportunities for developing team members and focusing on people. I just included some random or varied points of information, consumer price index, and I wanted to point out here that it wasn't really possible to make them exactly identical in comparison. In some cases it's calendar year, in some cases it's our fiscal year, but just this is more sort of a range of change, an order of magnitude kind of change. So from calendar 21 to 23, the estimate for 23 from Bureau of Labor Statistics, inflation, consumer price index for all urban consumers is almost 18%, 17.6. Howard County minimum wage, this is a huge impact on Columbia Association. It stands at a 27, almost a 28% increase from December of 2021. And with that, while we adjusted minimum wage, we made a significant compression adjustment in the fourth quarter of FY22 when the minimum wage went to $14. Annual charge income over a 3-year period, 8.3%. That's really essentially the cap, and not quite. So, and membership rates. So in FY22, we made no change to the play memberships, and the average increases for other memberships were under 3%. It was like 2.8. And FY23, an average of about 3%. For FY24, the range was 3 to 5. So that just sort of average guidance for the last couple of years has been 4%. 1 cent change in the annual charge rate. So a 1 cent change is a 1.5% increase or decrease, and that would be $714,000, and obviously that goes either way. $1 a month decrease in CA membership rates is $204,000 for the year. And if you wanted to offset that, and you thought that you could by adding new memberships, you'd need 180 new memberships May 1, for the year to make that happen. And Dan's very familiar with those numbers and gave them to me almost in his sleep. Another way to look at accessibility is what comes with a membership, or what other opportunities are there to get into CA facilities or programs. And so related to our programs and facilities that are membership driven,
CA points and income qualified memberships. So you might have seen in your quarterly report that the total for those two programs is 1,705, 1,700 memberships, CA points, income qualified. That's 9.5% of the total memberships as of July 31. So it's a pretty meaningful percentage. The other thing that people, I think, don't focus on is guest passes. So these are free visits to members, and people have figured out very favorable ways of using them. And so for Columbia cards, which is a free, there's no cost to having a Columbia card. There are 4 memberships per family to be used at the outdoor pools. You can see the data increased almost 300, up 274 from last year. Play memberships, it's 1 free guest pass, and this is per member, not per membership, but per member each month. And over 15,000 of them were redeemed at the outdoor pools this summer. And then we have the second Sunday swims, Columbia card holders, and that increased significantly from to 784 swimmers this summer as well. So then there are just a few examples. I crammed as many as I could on one slide. And I know you were familiar with the ones, and we saw beautiful images from the lakefront programming, about July 4th and Festive Fridays. But we're also doing walk-up craft events at a lot of things. The galleries at the Art Center are free and open. Residents came and talked about the international grocery stores, tours, world language cafes. We have archive exhibits all around the community, virtual and in person. School field days, we support other holidays, Juneteenth and other holidays. But, we're giving away things that we would ordinarily charge for. We're doing summer yoga in Symphony Woods. There's a walk with the dock that people really enjoy. There's a teen tennis program. We have CA summer moves that actually go through the fall at the Chrysalis. That's boot camp and yoga. And swimming, free swim lessons on a limited schedule, free swim lessons for CA points participants, lifeguard training to get, that helps us with CA team members, and then a couple special swim meets. And this is just a sample, but this is accessibility. And then this is a new graph that we produced for the budget process last year, but we're including it now in the quarterly report. And it's it's really a mash here, but on the left, the big green section is the annual charge income that we project for FY24 now. And the little purple slice above that is other income. So this is to show you, it's a visual insight, kind of relative uses of how the annual charge and other income, so non-membership, non-user fee income supports the rest of the organization and supports our needs. So you see the biggest user at the bottom, community operations, is over 17 million. Next is capital. And then we have, village community associations come in third at 5 million, 3 and change. And then our debt service, $5 million, and emergency reserves. But there's been conversation, and we addressed it more specifically in last year and the year before in the budget process, but how does community programs and services, or how do they support themselves, or how close are they? They're pretty darn close. So that's 2,174,000 out of the total 48 is 4.5%.
Let Susan finish.
Actually, it's related to this slide. So a question on the annual charge. So I can barely read the numbers, but it looks like it's
46,580.
46.5. In the financial reports, it looks like we've collected 47.8. I'm trying to understand the discrepancy.
It's not a discrepancy. The difference would be what we expect to have through the credit and abatement process by the end of the year. And this is on a cash basis.
So how much does the credit and abatement usually reduce?
How much are the credits and abatements in a typical year?
We're looking at that right now. I think typically, if you exclude the hospital, which is kind of an anomaly, it's a very large credit that they receive, then I would say they're probably about $750,000.
Okay.
Susan, please continue. Please continue.
Okay, sure. And I'm kind of, the other thing, it occurred to us that we might want to take, looking at community grants, maybe you want to take a community perspective. So this is FY23 actual CA community grants was $125,000. The village associations, community associations, as they reported on their financials to our audit team, their grants were $109,952. So in total, last fiscal year, community nonprofits received almost $235,000 in grants, funded in large part by the CA annual charge. So just thought maybe that might be some context. Now, we don't, we'd have to ask what organizations received those grants. We don't know in all cases, but just an interesting thought. So we'll expect you to, you'll get into some discussion, and then I just at the end remind you of the schedule and ask that we continue to make progress on that.
Good job.
Thanks.
Thanks. Thank you, Susan.
You're welcome.
I do want to apologize to the board because I didn't realize until late that we did not have a resolution as part of this. And the goal is, in the future, we'll make sure that every time we bring something up for a board vote, there's a resolution so we can at least focus on. So I did put out a budget priorities resolution, which I'd like to move that we adopt this, at least if for discussion purposes, gives us something to rush around. Is there a second? Keith seconded. All right. So let's talk about our priorities. Sky.
I have a couple of questions for Susan. In the email, the memo, the two-page memo, you have 6 priorities. Are those in priority order?
No, those were in the order in which they were read back by the board last meeting. So they're in the board, like sort of board chronological order from the meeting.
Okay. And my other question is basically a comment for perhaps next year. I know at least in my village, I thought it was my responsibility to arrive at the budget strategic priorities, and yet the village manager kind of took it over. Neither one of us knew that the other was doing it, and I don't think there were, I think we had a deadline, but I don't think the village manager had a deadline, because didn't we get 2 sets of priorities just this past week? So I guess my suggestion next year would be to just communicate a little bit better what the strategic versus the day-to-day operations requests are, because I think we got a lot of detailed requests rather than the overall. And that may be fine because it's easy to put them into overall categories, but
thank you.
Thank you.
Chris, anything? No.
I think Karen.
Yeah, thank you, Andy. Hey, really good job, Susan. I appreciated the presentation. That's very helpful. A quick question. We've been kind of talking about this. I ran it by some board members. Contingency funding for the villages when they have some sort of an outsized payment, an unexpected expenditure. Do we have any contingency funds or a way to keep the villages whole so that their entire budget isn't shot for 1 year because of an unexpected expense?
So I thought that was responded to, so there was a contingency fund a few years that was disbanded a few years ago with mutual consent, and half of the funds were returned to the villages, divided by 10. Right. And the other half returned to CA, and those funds are sort of permanently excluded from the excess cash calculation. So they have built cash reserves for each village in addition to what the villages have already developed and continue to add to. So the reason it was agreed upon to disband the fund was because I think it had only been used once or twice in nearly 20 years, and I think the villages also just would prefer to have the cash in their own bank accounts than in a general fund. So if a village is having particular issues and they can't manage by reducing their expenses in other ways, then they could reach out to CA. But that did exist, it wasn't used, and it was all agreed upon. And that was with the previous village manager for your village. So your new village manager probably wasn't aware of that.
Okay, thank you very much for addressing that, Susan. I appreciate it. And then my other question is, I thank you very much for calling out the watershed management plan. That's really important to me, and making sure that any other plans that we have, any other things that are on the existing strategic management plan, are those, I didn't know that those things were exactly accounted for in your budget. Is there in that presentation, I shouldn't call it your budget yet, Susan, right? Because we're still working on it, but how are we aligning our budget to make sure that the strategic plan, what remains of it, is being addressed?
So that would be the direction you would need to give us, to say, staff, when you do this draft budget, make sure that the remaining elements of the strategic plan are addressed. Now, we've been doing that over the past several years. In the absence of direction from you, we would proceed in that manner, but that would be important to make that part of the decision tonight.
Okay, thank you. And last but not least, one of the things that I want to make sure that we really pay attention to in the budget is things that we want to do for residents, the Columbia card, and things that are non-residents. So when we talk about making up memberships, if we offer a discount, so for example, I put in a suggestion 2 weeks ago saying I would really like to see us make the pools free in July for residents, for lien paying residents. I think that would be a nice thing for us to do with climate change and everything that's going on. So if a resident would get a Columbia card that for the month of July, then they would get a free pool. But for non-residents, non-lien paying residents, I would not give that away to them. So I want to make sure that in the budget, we're also crystallizing what's there for residents versus what we're doing for non-residents. And it's a little bit weedy, but the other thing I would say is I know that, for example, the River Hill pool, we sell pool memberships to non-residents, and the River Hill pool, they've only got the one pool, and that pool gets really, really crowded. So I'd also like to make sure that residents get first dibs on the pool. So if that means that when we sell a membership to our outdoor pools, if we say you're a non-resident, you can't use the River Hill pool because it's too crowded and our residents don't use it, you get to use all the other pools. I don't know how we get that into the budget, Susan, but if you guys are thinking along those kinds of terms of what do we do for residents versus non-residents?
Susan, just want to clarify, Columbia cards are only for folks who reside on property under the assessment, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, so they have to be residents.
Right.
Good, thank you. Bill?
Reg, did you have your hand up?
No.
Okay, all right.
Bill and Eric?
I'm happy to speak then. One of the strategic initiatives that I was hoping that we would put on this list from a strategy standpoint would be a little bit more in the budget regarding community outreach, and not just our standard community outreach, which we do, and I think is very important, but like master planning level kind of 2 or 3 big master planning level kind of events, and those cost money as far as, if we have to rent facilities, we need to make materials, we need to do surveys. I think we ought to make that a strategic priority regarding several different, I was advocating at our last meeting for discussing the lack of journalism in Columbia. We could talk about master planning process, updating the aquatics master plan, the watershed master plan. There's several things we could debate over the next couple of months, but I believe broadly spoken, community outreach at the master planning level is an important budget strategy that we should be engaging in the next fiscal year. So I want to put that out. Second, quick follow-up with what Karen just suggested. As a 501c4 community welfare corporation, our duty from the IRS perspective is to the entire community, and we can't always give access of residents over non-residents. That would violate our tax status. We should probably have Judge follow up on that, but that would be where to go as far as that initiative. That gets to be a sticky wicket from the IRS 501c4 perspective. So
Yeah, can I just respond to Bill? I'm not sure that's true, Bill, because you already get a discount as a lien paying resident. You already get a discount to everything that we offer in Columbia, right? You don't pay as much for the pools. You don't pay as much to belong to the gym. So we're already offering residents a discount, and we're not violating our tax status.
Right, but the point is, at the actual entrance, if you said, no, you're a non-resident, you're going to be turned away, you must go somewhere else.
I wouldn't even say you were being turned away. I would just say, this is, when we're selling you a pool membership, we're not selling you a membership to River Hill Pool. You can go to all the other pools, but you can't go to that pool.
But that sounds like you're turning people away. We could talk about this offline, but it sounds like you're turning people away.
Let me just say Eric and then Sky.
So,
and I'll jump in there.
So Andy, I'd like to thank you for putting together this resolution. I do have a concern that this was not on the packet, at least the last time I checked online a couple days ago. What?
It was?
When was it posted?
This was posted?
No, I don't think so.
I don't think so.
What are you referring to?
No, he said it wasn't.
The resolution.
It was not. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah, it was not. Yeah, because I didn't realize it until.
Yeah, no, I'm not criticizing, but my concern is that this has not been posted to the packet, which means that the public, our residents, our villages haven't really had a chance to look this over and discuss it. So what I'd like to do is table this, give our villages a chance to digest this, and maybe make some recommendations to it. So I move to table.
If I may, just real quick, what Andy said was this would just be a point of departure, that we use it as a starting point. Didn't say that this is, hey, this is what we're going to be voting on. This is just a starting point for discussion purposes only.
So point of order, the motion was to approve this. That's the motion. That's the motion on the.
I didn't catch that.
The motion on the table.
Point of order, I didn't catch that.
No, that's okay. But the point of order in my notes is the motion was to approve this resolution as is. That was moved by Andy and seconded by Keith. And so my concern is this hasn't been posted. The villages haven't seen it. I'd like to bring this back to the villages, so therefore I'd like to table this. So I move to table.
Is there a second to the table? Karen. Okay, Eric. Let me just say that we will, our next meeting is October. By the time which we are actually supposed to be into discussing projects and things like that, in our schedule said we were going to vote tonight. There's no way you can build a budget if we don't tell staff kind of some of the guidance, and that means everything gets pushed back a long time. Bill?
Yeah, I was just going to add on to your comments, Sandy, and my comment is that this is strategy, and this is within the purview of the board itself. Once the strategy is set, I think that bringing everybody in, as far as the villages and all residents are concerned, to talk about individual projects and priorities underneath that overall strategy would make perfect sense. But we need to get our strategy done and stay on track with our timeline that we approved back in July.
All right, I'm going to call the question on the table. Oh, Sky, you have a question?
There's 2 minutes left, and I just wanted to remind Bill that in the accessibility bullet point, it does say concept of the newspaper, a feasibility study in fiscal year 25, so it's kind of on the table.
Thank you for reminding me.
Which bullet are you looking at?
She's talking about the
accessibility.
Yes, accessibility. All right, I'm going to call the question on the motion to table.
I'm not sure. I just want to, if I just withdraw the original motion, can I do that so that we can just have this discussion? Because we don't have to vote on this document. And I understand what Eric is saying per guidance, but is that gonna, because I don't want to table this entire thing, and I want to understand that relative to this.
So point of order, you can still pass a motion.
We have to have a motion. We have to have some motion. Right. We have to do some approval.
Indeed.
So, we can't, any motion we make, if you're going to table it, it means we don't do it. We don't take a vote until October.
That's what I wanted to make sure I'm clear on, is if we are voting on tabling that, what we're tabling is this entire.
The entire discussion.
The entire discussion.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to clarify that. What I understood this to be is just some guidelines that we were going to establish to discuss. I hear what you're saying in terms of the formality of it and what I did. So, am I allowed at this point to withdraw my motion?
It's actually Andy's motion.
Okay.
All right, let's vote on the tabling.
So what we're voting on tabling is this discussion about setting budget priorities.
So I actually moved to table just the motion, not the agenda item, just the motion.
Okay.
For the record.
All right. Reg?
I'm sorry, I'm confused now. What is?
So am I.
Yeah, what is the motion?
The motion is to.
Wait a minute, there's only one chair. There's only one chair. Go ahead, Ed.
Okay.
So there's a motion, a resolution concerning approval of budget strategic priorities. Eric would like to defer that motion until a future meeting, which would be October.
Okay, so.
That's what the
So I'm
table.
voting to table, and I'd say no.
Sky?
No.
Karen?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
Bill?
No.
Keith?
Yes.
Chris?
No.
And I vote no. All right. Let's get to I'll say the heart of it. How about amendments to this resolution, if we want to make amendments to the resolution?
Do we have another motion right now? Is there another motion?
The motion was to approve this. And so now what I'm looking for is, are there amendments? Are there changes people want to make? And this is the generic, I put this motion out there so we have something so we can vote to approve. I certainly knew we were going to modify it tonight, but I would like us to finally get something out tonight. And by the way, since we have time, I'm going to add another
Time's up.
15 minutes. Okay, so we need budget priorities to give the staff.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
If it would help the folks who are watching at home, I would like to read the resolution out loud so that everybody has at least an inkling of what we're talking about. Resolution for the drafting of the fiscal year 2025 budget for the following are the CA board priorities. Number one, to keep the annual charge rate and cap at the same as fiscal year 2024. Number two, have a positive increase in net assets. Number three, maintain our existing infrastructure. Number four, continue to build our emergency cash reserves as per the board-approved policy. Number five, continue the recovery from COVID by restoring/enhancing CA services and activities. Number six, continue to address environmental challenges. Number seven, increase membership rates and fees to account for inflation and minimum wage increases. Number eight, continue CA's focus on reimagining activities and services and ways to communicate with the community.
Okay, so Eric.
So I'd like to make a motion to amend item 7, to append item 7 to say increase membership rates and fees to account for inflation and minimum wage increases, and append that to say for non-residents, and to freeze membership rates and fees for residents.
Is there a second to that?
I'll second that.
All right.
Bill, did you read the entire list in the resolution?
Yeah,
to the best of my knowledge, yes.
Yeah, there's 8 numbers on it.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so the first amendment here is to add for non-residents and freeze resident rates. Keith and Bill.
So I understand the amendment process. I think what would be interesting for this, and if you're willing to pull it back, is Robert's rules, we can just have a general discussion about this, and then we can start having votes and amendments and so on and so forth. So just from what I've seen prior, rather than going and picking each piece, it would be interesting to have a broader conversation about what we're interested in, and then come back and make each of these so that we're not wordsmithing each one as through the night. It just takes a lot of time is my preference, just so we can have an open conversation.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to that. Eric, you want to just delay it until we have the...
Well, I'll leave my amendment out there, but I'm not necessarily opposed to that process. I mean, I was just following the chair's instructions to start providing amendments.
I'll agree.
So to back it up, if I may.
Sure, if you want to, we're going to have
if I want
more
to
of a
back it up,
discussion.
My general things I'd like to see is one, our annual charge has been the same 68 cents for about 20 years now. I'd like to explore lowering it and look at the scenarios for potentially lowering it. Again, I think I've addressed 7. On 6, I'd like to get a cost estimate for funding the Watershed plan and add that to the budget.
All right, next, I think Keith, Bill, and Sky.
Was I really? I just jumped in there.
Bill?
I just want to, first of all, clarify, are we still discussing Eric's amendment?
No,
that has been withdrawn?
Well, it's not withdrawn, it's just,
okay.
It's not withdrawn.
Discussion at this point should pertain to the motion on the floor or the amendment. Just pointing that out.
It's sort of suspended, I guess.
Okay.
Sure. So I have a general comment. I would like to see number 6 continue to address environmental challenges moved up in the priority list, at least to number 5.
Are these priority order?
No, they're not.
Not really. No, I just put them out.
Oh, there's
It's not priority.
no order,
No,
but they're numbered.
you just threw them together.
Just cross them out.
Next time we'll put bullets. Sorry.
Okay.
Well, don't do that, then we can identify them.
Susan.
Identifiers.
Yeah.
So at this, at this point in the process, to give a direction to increase, to keep resident rates, to freeze resident rates and to increase non-resident rates, we would not, is the intent that regardless of what impact that might have on the financial picture of the organization? Or I think the way that would be useful to staff would be to, for the guidance to be, well, first of all, we should share that the goal is to aim for at least a 50%, or to aim for a meaningful discount difference between residents and non-residents, and up to as much as 50% as possible. But to give us the guidance to make that differentiation greater to the extent that is possible within the confines of the organization's resources.
All right. So let me go around to each person. So, you've seen the motion and you've seen Eric's. So Eric had a good start. He said he really wanted the lower annual charge, which would address number 1 and the residents. So I'm going to ask, Reg, what would you like to see as your priorities? You see what we have here. What would you change? What would you add? What would you drop?
Actually, I'm going to go with what Keith said, is that this is really going to take us all night long to do this. But to answer your question, I am concerned with what Susan said, because she said earlier, if we did give a certain amount of discount, that we'd have to do 150.
And that's just for $1.
Yeah, that's just for $1. So we're looking at, things that's going to probably come back to haunt us. My top thing was I would like to see the environmental challenges to go up some, and I would like to see number 2, the positive increase in our net assets, and plus the Number one, I'd like to see that to remain where it is. Those are just generally the things that caught my interest at this point.
Chair, before you said you were going to go around, I actually had my hand up. I just had a loud down. So the question that I have about this is why we're doing this at this point, because, for instance, Eric, your conversation about number 7, I really wonder why I would almost vote to strike that completely and say, let's go to the strategic priorities that we're laying out, and then ask the staff to come back and give us a sense of what it looks like. And then when we understand what it looks like, and I'm just saying relative to 7, this could be generally most of these, frankly. We're stepping into a level of operational detail in the budget that I'm just not comfortable with. I'd rather, what I understood coming into tonight is that we were going to get some information about the strategic priorities we set, and then we were going to allow the team to go and build a budget and make recommendations as to what these things may come with.
Actually, I was going to, sorry.
Let Eric respond, and then I'd like to comment.
Yeah, actually, based on Keith and based on Susan's recommendation, actually, that's going to be my same suggestion, would be to strike 7 and replace it with a general guidance to get the fees to the point, get the fee structure to the point where the residents are paying no more than half of the non-resident rates. And that would be consistent with, I think, one of the HOA Bill of Rights that's been floating around the State House.
Bill.
Okay. There are a couple of things. First, the list that we have here is distinct and separate from the list that Susan had prepared and put up in the slide, and I would rather that we integrate both of those lists so that we have a more complete universe of strategic discussions, because those reflect what we looked at our last meeting. So that's my first point. And to comment on the amendment that we're suspended and not commenting on, I'm concerned about this resident versus non-resident dichotomy, largely because we have different populations. It's just a much larger number of residents that have memberships versus non. And to start putting ratios and different treatment of the two groups is not necessarily always going to have the best outcome without actually looking at where the numbers are going to be. I think that we could ask staff to run a couple of different scenarios, but we should not be giving direction that the non-residents should shoulder the burden of any cost increases to meet the labor cost increases. Because what will happen is the non-residents rate will go up by 5 times, and you keep the resident rate the same. Everybody outside of Columbia leaves, and then you wind up with fewer members, which is not what we were trying to do. So I just want to make sure that we provide guidance to run scenarios. That would make sense. But to provide guidance that this is the firm formula that has to be done is not going to be beneficial for the corporation. We need to get some more information on that.
5 minutes.
Okay. Sky, you want to say?
Also, I think the average resident or the range of resident members would have would be in a higher socioeconomic status than the average non-resident. Just putting that out.
I don't know about that.
Okay, let me ask Karen.
Okay, yeah, so I think, kind of on a theme here is I would really like to see us increase resident membership in our facilities. I think the number that I keep hearing is that only 25% of our residents are members of anything. And so I would really like to see as a priority in the way that we're budgeting is what are we doing to increase membership by residents? And I think one of those things is by making things more affordable for lien-paying residents. So I'm not sure. I don't think I draw the same conclusions that Bill does there. I'm totally fine with staff modeling this out to show us what it looks like, but I would really like to see a focus on us increasing resident membership over non-resident. Although non-resident memberships, love to have them. The other thing is, I would like to also see, and I don't know, do I have to propose an amendment for this? Susan mentioned it in her answer to me previously, is making sure that the budget is aligned to the existing strategic plan. so that our strategic priorities that were set by the board several years ago are also being met. And I'm not sure that that's included. And I also agree with Bill that we should take Susan's presentation and combine it with your list. I think that the list that you provided, Andy, while helpful, I think it's more operational than strategic. But I thought that Susan had a pretty good list in her presentation as well.
Mm-hmm. Chris, I'm going around things. Nothing. Which I got it, Reg, and then Karen, Bill. Just trying to go around to everybody. Make sure.
Dan had his hand up as well.
Dan, you?
I was going to provide a little context because the conversation that's going on has my stomach doing flips because I'm not sure how we're going to stay open doing some of the things you're talking about. So I just want to provide some context. In a recent billing, resident dues accounted for 55% of the money that came in. Non-resident was 45%. That's 9,300 members versus 5,400. So that's an average dues for residents of $78 and $110 for non-residents. We cannot make things more affordable for residents by forcing the non-residents out. They are subsidizing a tremendous amount of what we're able to deliver. It's an important part of the economy. Balancing it out and making sure we keep things affordable for residents, that $30, $40 difference in what the non-residents are paying on average subsidizes a lot of that. And that's why, despite the pools losing $3.5 million, community programs and services was only using $2 million of the annual charge. So you have to be very careful, and it goes back to that $1 change is $17,000 a month, $200,000 a year. It's tremendously impactful when you talk about membership. So general guidance is great, and I will tell you that for most of the memberships, the non-resident pays anywhere from 30% to, for the play memberships, it's upwards of 130% of what a resident pays. So particularly in the pools, non-residents, the percentage is almost all of them are at 100 or better. So the memberships are already geared that way. So I just want to caution, because that's $20 million in revenue, that 45% of that comes from non-residents, and that does pay for a lot of what the residents do get.
Time's up.
Okay. Keith.
Reg was first. No.
No, you were the one who hadn't talked yet. I don't have.
I've been talking.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Keith.
So the conversation that's happening right now, I think, is really. I'm sorry, I keep turning my back to you, but
That's all right.
Is really a good and interesting conversation. What I wonder is if this conversation really needs to be separated from the budget process, in the sense that we are setting a strategy that says, generally, we want to make things more affordable. That's what was in the strategic priorities. Rather than going into the details of what that mechanism is going to be, we're sort of having the broad conversation and setting an expectation that we're interested in seeing something. Whether that's going to show up in the budget or whether it's going to show up in a plan down the road after the budget, I think that that's something that the team has to work through, and present to us, rather than us trying to get that done during the budget process. These are broader policies, in my opinion. Like the strategic plan, I think that's a strategic. I'm looking at you, Karen. That's a strategic item that we want to plug in there. And each of the strategic priorities, I think where the discussion needs to be right now is refining those 6 items that Susan presented, rather than going into all of the detail. And I'm only doing this because I'm trying to get this process to a more strategic level, because if we discuss each one of these, it's going to get really difficult really fast for us to get through the process.
Okay. All right. So Eric and Reg.
So I agree with Keith. I think we need to get this at a higher strategic level. I think what was presented on the slides, I'm not sure if we can bring them up again or not. I think those are points at a strategic level. and the key points on there was promote, improve our current infrastructure, promote accessibility, increase affordability, promote environmental management plan, grants. I'm not quite sure how staffing works from a budget standpoint, because staffing sort of goes through all of this. It flows through everything on here. So I'm not sure how that's separate, because it's just integral to everything. The one thing, so I think if we started off with those 5 priorities, and maybe if we want to add a 6th or take out one, we can discuss those as priorities, and then maybe even sort the priorities if we want to. That might be a better use of our time.
Let me just clarify that information's in the packet?
Yes, that is in the packet. That's not.
And that was your.
Yes, yes. No, I'm agreeing. That's just not the motion, though.
Right.
So I'm recommending going back to the packet.
Reg?
Can I speak now?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right, so if you were giving me directions on what to do, if this board was giving me directions on what to do, I would have no idea what to do. Because you're going here, you're going to the left, then you're going to the right, and then you're going down the middle. You're switching your path constantly. There doesn't seem to be, we're supposed to give strategic guidance to the staff. The staff has no idea what you guys want, honestly. So I would suggest that what you need to remember is that we're supposed to be looking at this, giving them at a strategic level, 50,000 foot level. We shouldn't be going down to the ground level telling them what to do. That's not our job. Our job is to give them the strategic level guidance. And Susan gave us a number of 5 or 6 different things which came from us. Start with that. Use that. Let me finish, please.
I'm just putting myself in the queue.
Okay, so let's start with that. Let's give them the guidance they need in order to get this done. Otherwise, we're going to be sitting here all night. Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, I like you guys. I don't plan to be here all night. I have a lot of things I got to do tomorrow morning. Okay? So if we can remember what we're here for and start to do this the way we're supposed to. Andy, I think Eric is going to have a busted gut here.
Because I want to agree with you.
Yes, Eric.
And that's exactly why I want to table this motion, because I want to get back to the higher level strategic priorities that were on the presentation.
Okay.
I agree with you.
Thank you, sir.
Chris?
Is this as easy as saying, we want to promote these 6 items that Susan sent out that were from the meeting that we had? We've already had this discussion. We've already talked about it. This is what came out of our heads for the things that we wanted to do. Is it as easy as saying, promote infrastructure, promote accessibility, promote affordability? Are we done?
Let me ask Dennis and Susan if...
So it seems to me at the strategic level, the board has to decide what is important. Do we want to be an environmentally based organization and focus on sustainability and the Watershed plan? Do we want to we want to impact the annual charge, which affects every single resident? Do we want to impact the membership rates that affect the number of residents that use it? What we can't do is all of them. You can't lower the annual charge, lower the rate, increase the Watershed plan. There are a lot of things that are contradictory. It seems like what is the focus at the highest level? What do you want to be as an organization?
Yeah, and I'm not Susan, and then I just
So I would just say to refine that into like, what do we need? So what I had an idea. You start with infrastructure, and there are some bullet points there: paths, pools, tot lots, plan for maintaining, growing. What will they look like in the future, et cetera. So the guidance that I think would be helpful would say, okay, promote infrastructure. That means, does that mean maintaining what we have or building new? And they're not necessarily mutually exclusive, but they might be in this economy. So that's what I would hope that you would say. And then for accessibility, you want to increase participation, then let us come to you with ways to increase participation in this budget, that kind of thing. I think along with the lines as where Chris laid it out.
Okay, so I think what Dennis said was very important. I mean, we had a lot of great priorities, a lot of great ideas, but you can't do all of them. I mean, there's only so much money. And, you know, which are the most important? Which are the ones that we want to really focus on? And I think also, as Susan said, these are just a little too vague. They need a little bit more structure. They're great ideas. I mean, you know, accessibility, environment, grants, staffing, infrastructure. But as you know, as Susan said, should we focus the effort on repairing what we have, maintaining what we have, or should we focus on the new? Now, that's one of the things with infrastructure. So I think the 6 categories are okay, and I agree with them, but we have got to refine them a little bit and figure out which ones are the most important. Okay, Keith, Bill, and Eric.
And Karen.
Andy, I have a question too when you get a chance.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
I guess I'll start with that. I agree with a lot of stuff that's been said. To get to where Chris was before, I think we do need to get to the point where we can vote on these pieces. And I would like to start the conversation on infrastructure at this point. And the feeling that I had, that I don't know if this is articulated in here, but what I was really looking at is saying, number one, that there is a plan for maintaining, and if there is a plan for maintaining the various components, I want to be on track for maintaining our properties at an acceptable way in accordance with our plan. So that's what infrastructure means to me. So and the reason why I say that is that's infrastructure, it's foundation. So in my opinion, before I can start spending money on other things, I need to take care of the foundation that we have. And so that's what I'd love to see us, you know, in an infrastructure standpoint, start pivoting toward.
All right, oh shoot, where did I put my list? Sorry, just a second. I think it was Bill and then Eric and then Karen.
So, kind of piggybacking on what Keith just said, I was looking at infrastructure too, but this kind of applies to all of the 6 items that we had in the slide presentation. Infrastructure in itself is not a strategy. We're missing a verb. So we need to enhance infrastructure. We need to maintain infrastructure. We need to expand infrastructure. We need to figure out what those action words are in order to make it a strategy. Same thing with accessibility or any of the other things on the item. So I think we need to work on what are those action words that will allow these subject areas become strategic areas. I think that would be a good first step.
Eric and Karen.
So the key thing that's been missing through this entire conversation is a sense of prioritization. So we have not discussed prioritization. Without prioritization, we're just throwing out nice to haves. The hard part is actually prioritizing. So what I'd recommend we do is go through the list, try to add verbs. So for instance, I think from the sound of it, I agree that the number one priority should be preserve and improve existing infrastructure, replace infrastructure that's end of life as needed. So that would be a verb for number one. Number two, increase resident affordability. That's a verb, increase. So that could be a second one. We could promote accessibility. So we could go down this list and develop those verbs, develop the high-level strategy for each one of those verbs. The one thing I can't really apply a verb to is staffing, just because it covers everything.
I think the staffing mostly was about the training, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was development, staff development.
Yeah.
Okay, that's why you need a verb.
Karen.
Yeah, so I want to kind of piggyback off what Keith said. I think he hit on something that's really important that I think we were trying to do a couple weeks ago was that, is there a plan? So, for example, if we're talking about infrastructure, do we already have a plan in place that's been approved for how to maintain our infrastructure? Where are we in that plan? Have we funded that plan adequately? Are we able to meet the goals of that plan this year and next year? And what do you need to fund that? I think, Keith, that might be a little bit of what you're getting to. As far as adding verbs to some of these things, I think you can't just add enhance. You can't just add increase. You have to say, what is reasonable? So Dan laid out some numbers for us. So if I said to Dan, I want you to increase resident membership in the Columbia Association, whether it's our pools, our gyms, our golf courses, whatever. What's a reasonable expectation? I shouldn't sit down and say to you, increase it by 50%, right? I would like to see the staff come back and tell us, we think that we could probably, best case scenario, we can increase it by 20%, worst case scenario, 5%. Let's pick a number in between there to say we're going to try to increase resident membership. And I think, Susan, that may have been what you were kind of asking for in your question, is maybe some more specific metrics about what we're looking for.
Not necessarily metrics, but just sort of, I guess, ranges of guidance, or even just, I think, so to Keith's point, we do have plans for maintaining we have projections for maintenance. We meet all of the maintenance obligations every year. We fund those plans adequately to cover, to keep things in good repair. We could always shorten the replacement cycle for pathways and sidewalks and such, but we've been able to fully fund those necessary maintenance. And we've produced that plan in the fall, usually each year. So we did that last year. We'll bring that forward. Generally, as I think it's probably pretty clear from well, it wouldn't be clear, I guess, to a new member. So I don't want to assume, but the financials, we would not have the resources to add a significant new facility and keep that maintenance going without incurring, going into debt and a time that we would not advise doing that.
I think that's good information. We're not planning to build any new facilities right now, are we?
No.
Unless the board decides to go off and do something.
Right.
All right.
Yeah, so so when I talk about the watershed management plan, one of the things I want to know is we created this plan. Are we following it? Is it funded adequately? I wouldn't expect the entire watershed management plan to be funded in a single year, but is it on track or has it been getting shortchanged? And so do we need to, so after we've taken care of our core, our infrastructure, where's the rest of that money going, and what are we doing to generate additional revenue? So those are the types of priorities I would like to see. So I think infrastructure is a good number one.
Andy, point of order.
Yes.
We've allotted 30 minutes for this topic, and we've already had 60.
Yep. So we're going to add another 20 because we got to get it done. Keith.
Two things. I would like to request that the conversation be facilitated so that we're focusing on one at a time so we can get it done, move to the next, get it done, move to the next from an efficiency standpoint. On the infrastructure side, I'd like to go back, and I heard the verb pieces and all the other components, and the reason why I was wanting to make sure that it's funded is because in the tot lot conversation, for instance, that we had, I don't remember which board meeting it was, I had an understanding that we weren't necessarily keeping up with all of the tot lot maintenance. So when I hear that kind of thing, I'm thinking, okay, well, we're not able to keep up with the plan. So, and that's fine. But what I'll suggest, and if everyone's comfortable with it, is from an infrastructure standpoint, we need to have a plan for each of the critical infrastructure pieces, and that we need to ensure that they're properly funded is what the infrastructure should, or what that infrastructure strategic item should say.
All right. Susan had her hand up.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So, what, I think that we could work with these priorities and these strategic, ideas and priorities, and give you some preliminary outcomes of what it would take to whether we can or we can't in FY25 meet those obligations for infrastructure, what we can and can't do, and for accessibility within the general constraints. We understand that the board wants CA's facilities and programs and the community to be affordable. It's certainly clear that environmental sustainability efforts are one of the highest priorities to the board and the community, both watershed management, energy initiatives, climate change responses, and certainly we talk quarter after quarter at least about staffing and our need to be an employer of choice, to have solid staff development in order to recruit and retain people to provide these services. I think we can work with that if you're comfortable giving us that direction. Where we would need some real guidance is on the grants, so that what we build, assuming that we're not a grant-giving organization, is not disrupted in the, literally the 11th month with, here's, we want to give $200,000 to some organization. So that would be, if I could set a priority for the priorities, establishing that one would matter the most to staff at this point.
Sky and then Keith.
We've established these 6 priorities independently from last year's, and I'm wondering if it would be worth it to meld the 2 and then take each individually, saying, do we need to increase this, or can we decrease it, or do we want to maintain the same level?
So these are very, very similar to the last several years and very similar to what's in the strategic plan that exists now.
Keith.
So from what I'm understanding, that what I threw out there from an infrastructure standpoint, everyone is generally good with from a guidance standpoint. So the next piece that I'm interested in kind of moving us into is accessibility. And what I heard from a number of comments is that there's a desire for us to increase the participation. That's the major component there, and make it easy for the residents to engage. So I'd love to hear some commentary on that piece, if everyone's comfortable, just so that we can get through this. And I think we can simply get what we need to have. We just need to knock it out, right? So we said the increased participation, and we need to make it simple and easy to engage.
Well, I think actually you hit the right word, which was, you would phrase it as, the board desires to increase participation. The board desires to make things more affordable. The board desires to preserve existing structure. Mm-hmm. That gives them kind of something to go on, but it doesn't mandate you must do this. Mm-hmm. It says our desire is to do this, and they come back and say, well, we can do this, but we can't do that. But I think you hit on the right words. The board's desire to do X. Eric.
I got a question for Susan. Do you need a prioritization of these priorities? Do you need us to rank them at this meeting, or is it good enough to say the board desires to preserve infrastructure, the board desires to increase affordability? I know it would help if we ranked them, but
right. I don't think it's essential, but it would help.
I mean, is that something we could even get to at this hour?
Keith.
So I'm gonna ask again. What I suggest is that you facilitate a conversation that allows us to discuss each one of these very quickly so we can knock them out and kind of generally understand where we're going. And then we can talk about, after that, I agree that there might be some prioritization that we want to do. So then once we get through all of these items, get the grant suggestions done, then we can move through priorities. And then we should be able to get this done quickly. But we're continuing to discuss different components instead of being able to move through the conversation. So I would love to hear any conversation. What I wrote down from the feedback is increase in accessibility is to increase resident participation, desire to make things easier in order to promote engagement. Is there anything else that I'd like to ask? I'm not the chair, I'm not the owner of this, but I'd like to try to get through this one so we can get to the next one.
So you're going to have to state it clearly.
To increase resident accessibility, the board would like to increase resident participation and desires to make things easier to promote engagement. I have them written down, Andy.
Oh, good. You do?
I'm writing them as I go. Just
Good, thank you. Because I need somebody to write them. Reg, we're going to talk about that one.
Well, yeah, I just want to say that what you had said, as I guess you were just giving us an example, but it was perfectly said. It was what I thought needed to be said as an answer to that particular one, accessibility.
Yeah, well, he's phrasing all of them, the board desires.
Yeah.
Right. Right, Keith?
But the way that the words that you used, the phrase, well, the board desires, but each example you used was spot on, at least for me. Of course, nobody captured that, but.
Right.
We'll go with Keith at the moment. To facilitate or go on. So any problem with what Keith said for accessibility? Eric?
This is sort of a general comment, but I think we should sort of have a vision for what all these things look like. So by promoting accessibility, the board desires, if you can repeat the statement, please.
Board desires to increase resident participation and desires to make things easier to promote engagement.
And I think having a statement that looks like for example, increasing membership, increasing participation in programming, that type of thing. So having sort of a vision what that looks like, I think could be helpful.
Can you just give me what you're thinking?
So I'm like, okay, that would be an increase in resident memberships, for example. So that's sort of the vision part of the statement.
You can say as an example.
As an example.
As an example.
But,
all right. Affordability. What's your affordability? We got infrastructure, we got accessibility.
Basically make living in CA a more affordable place to live. For example, by reducing the annual charge, by reducing cost to residents for use of the facilities. Those are examples.
Bill?
Okay. We just had slides up here that said that, the consumer price index is way up. Labor costs are up 28%. But to say that we're going to suddenly make everything cost less with all of these other drivers going to the other side is almost impossible. It is impossible. Affordability should be to maximize value for the dollar spent. I think we can make some headway on that. Okay. The only other thing we could do with affordability is to dream up an entirely new package tier for people to say, we will make a new, Play Prime, and you get to choose one pool in your village that you're only allowed to go to, or something like that. And you can only go on Thursdays and Fridays. And then you got to figure out, well, how many of those memberships rob from the existing memberships? It gets very complex. But I think if we wanted to maximize value for dollars spent in the area of affordability, that's something we can hang our hat on. But with everything going up, the cost of everything going up, we really need to examine where we are to say we should suddenly be charging less. That gets right to the fiduciary responsibility here. It doesn't make any sense.
Keith.
So what I captured there is make living in CA more affordable with a focus on understanding the impact on the annual charge and looking at facilities costs in a desire to reduce the facilities costs.
And membership costs.
Well,
I don't
I
think
think
I
that's
said
a little
anything
bit,
about
yeah, that's way too.
I mean, he's describing what I said. I think he captured it. I did
I
membership
tried to
costs.
incorporate, what I tried to incorporate is what you were saying in terms of the general economy and all of those pieces, but trying to make it a little bit broader so that we can provide a statement that says, we are concerned about the annual charge, and we want to ensure that there's we want to understand the impact of the annual charge in the budget with all of these other components. And then it sounded to me also that we wanted to target facilities costs and look at ways that we might be able to improve those. I'm trying here, man. I'm trying.
I know.
I think that's accurate.
Yeah.
I think maximize value for dollars spent is a key part of this, right?
Now you got to define value.
But that's part of the strategy is to maximize the value. The actual work is to define the value, right?
I would go with Bill just because, the board desires to maximize value for the dollars spent. Because let's face it, in this economic environment, everything's costing more. Can't get around it. I mean, it's just like.
But every increase will be certainly vetted.
Yeah.
Hard fought, only to the amount that we need to because we're nonprofit, right? We're not trying to line pockets here. It's a nonprofit play. But to say that we're going to go the other way and we're going to suddenly reduce costs when it costs more to do everything every day is just doesn't make the corporation financially viable anymore.
All right. Keith?
The board desires to make living in CA more affordable by maximizing value for the dollars spent and understand the impact on the annual charge.
All right.
I like that.
That's good. Yeah,
like that.
We'll go with that.
Hold on.
All right, environment.
Hold on.
How about board desires to address environmental challenges?
And execute the watershed management plan.
That's all part of it. It's all the environmental challenges. The watershed is part of it.
I mean, that would be the vision part of it.
Yeah.
How come watershed management isn't part of infrastructure?
I'm sorry.
How come watershed management isn't part of infrastructure, since open space is part of our infrastructure?
I think infrastructure versus facilities versus land.
Yeah, I think the thought is that the watershed, as the watershed is more an environmental concern rather than an infrastructure. We didn't build the watershed, but we build a path, but we build a building, but we did not build the watershed.
Right, but we built our buildings in the watershed. So I guess I don't understand why that's not part. I mean, it's fine. I was just curious as to why it didn't fall under infrastructure.
I was just generally speaking, I believe infrastructure typically refers to the built environment.
Yes.
Infrastructure is usually what is not, or the opposite of infrastructure is, right?
But as everyone's aware, our paths, our bridges, our fields, all that kind of stuff is considered infrastructure for us as well, right? Like that's one of the selling points of Columbia is our open spaces. And so I guess I'm wondering why that's not considered our infrastructure.
I think that you hit on a gray area in that managed woodlands are not necessarily just, unfettered natural areas. And there's a component of infrastructure to it. So I agree with you to an extent, but I think that infrastructure is a tangential. It's not necessarily integrated into, if you could agree with that.
Keith, got it?
So, Karen, to address that, my feeling on that one is that is that we are choosing to place a larger focus on environment. So while environment may be part of infrastructure, I see this as the board. And I'll make this statement, the board desires to maintain a focus on environmental priorities and fund the existing watershed plan.
Yeah. I like that. I also would, I don't know, Dennis, off the top of your head, there's other things that we've got going on environmentally. I don't know if you want to add anything in there besides just the watershed management plan.
For me, I wouldn't call it out individually. We'll come back with the budget that addresses it, but,
Okay.
oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, you're good.
Guy?
I certainly don't know definitions, but as a biologist, I consider the paths and the bridges to be part of infrastructure, and the fields and the forested areas to be the environment. So I see a delineation between the two. It's just me.
Bill?
Just in the environmental area, the watershed, there's a sustainability also as a component, resiliency is a component.
Right.
There's some things that we need to focus on. I don't think they necessarily have to be in our strategic plan, but they should be part of the analysis.
Keith, and then Reg.
I'll go ahead and let you, because I was going to kind of summarize, so.
Okay, I was going to agreement with Dennis that maybe we shouldn't identify something, individually, but just say environmentally, speaking that way, we will have other things that are going to come up that's environmentally challenged that we want to include, but at least for right now, let's go general.
Keith?
So I'm going to repeat it just one more time, but the board desires to maintain a focus on environmental priorities and fund the existing watershed plan. To add my 2 cents into it, I don't know that we want to focus on the details of it, but just understand that this is something that's critical for us, because the only thing that we really have established in terms of a policy or a direction is the watershed management plan. Anything else, we would really be digging deep and trying to formulate
But that's not true.
So
we have a bunch of policies in addition to the watershed management.
That's dealing with the environment?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, my goodness, yes.
So then
I suggest,
Suppose you said as an example.
As an example.
Okay, that's the vision.
Yeah, as an example.
As an example.
Yeah. And Andy, I would say tying back, a large part of our current strategic plan is an environmental, so we should probably refer back to the strategic plan, particularly with this item.
Right. All right. So let's go staff training. Board desires a focus on staff development. How's that, Keith?
Does this just fall under the purview of the CEO?
No, it's a board. The board wants to make sure staff is developed.
I mean, yeah, but then that's
Developed into what, Andy?
I mean, at some point, I think we're micromanaging.
Yeah. Isn't this like an HR issue? Like they should get regular development so that they have a career path and things like that. That doesn't seem like the board should make a decision about that.
Yeah, that's Dennis.
Bill, and then Dennis.
I think the board strategy is to invest in staff development.
There you go.
Because at that point, then it would be up to staff to determine the actual training programs and courses and ladders that need to be done. But it's pretty clear that with all the things that are going on, just even as an example, for example, the GIS system, there's certainly a lot of training related to getting staff up to speed and fully utilizing that tool and how that integrates into infrastructure and environment and all those other things that are related to it. Investing in staff development is a great strategic priority, I think.
Susan.
So possibly, and maybe it's an example, but a high-level priority might be the board desires for CA to be an employer of choice in Howard County, and so that we could then, as staff, determine the kind of focus on recruiting and development, because I think that's one of our bigger problems.
That is an excellent suggestion, Susan. I love how you worded that because that ties into other stuff we're talking about. That's perfect.
Yeah, I like that one too.
Did you catch that, Keith?
I won't. I mean, it was simple, so I like simple. Board desires to be an employer of choice.
All right. Any other?
Howard County, yeah.
All right. So let's just go. So we have 5 of them we covered. And Keith, I'm going to ask you to read them back.
We've got grants that we have to talk about, which is a big one.
Let's get these. Make sure we have these. Infrastructure.
Have a plan for each critical area. Fund the plans.
Accessibility.
Board desires to increase resident participation. As an example, increase in resident memberships. desires to make things easier to promote engagement.
Affordability.
Board desires to make living in CA more affordable by maximizing value for the dollars spent and understanding the impact on the annual charge.
Environment.
Board desires to maintain a focus on environmental priorities and fund the existing watershed plan as an example. And also tagging in there, I was going to add this as a separate item, but ensuring that there's alignment with the strategic plan.
Yeah.
Because we said that earlier,
right?
But I didn't know if it was specific to the environment.
Yes.
Well, there's a big section in the current strategic plan.
Right, but there's a lot more in this strategic plan.
Yeah.
Staff.
Board desires to be an employer of choice in Howard County.
Okay, so any objection from anybody on those? No? Good.
No, I like that.
All right, let's go on to grants.
You wore me down.
All right, that's, the real question is, does the board wish to give grants?
Yes.
Bill?
Just a comment. I believe the board has been giving grants. I think that we need to formalize it as a strategic initiative. So slightly different from what you said, Andy.
We do have a policy, remember?
Yeah.
On grants. Reg.
So.
And Karen.
Okay, so I know at a meeting, maybe 2 meetings ago, I mentioned that I'm going to be putting in a grant for the monument, for the Veterans Monument. And so I will be doing that this week. So I have a vested interest. I want to make sure that, that we can do that. So that's something that we want to do, because it's something that where the community will look at and say, well, yeah, we're doing something to help the community, to recognize those that served our country and fought, and some that paid the ultimate sacrifice. So I want to make sure that, we can do that. We can be representative of our community.
Karen.
Yeah, my question about the grants is, what is the amount? I mean, Bill, are you looking to set up, like, when you're thinking about it, are you thinking of, like, we have a set amount set aside specifically for grants and people can come and request grants until that pot is empty? I'd rather it not end up being just an endless request where we end up turning people down. I'd rather it be more formalized than that.
May I? Bill. Okay, thank you, Karen. What I'd like to do is I'd like to discuss what was put forth by the Community Foundation of Howard County when Beverly White was here earlier. It's a program that CA and the Community Foundation worked with for decades and was suspended after COVID hit. And I think it worked very well in that we provided a block grant to the Community Foundation, and then they engaged local nonprofits in the area under the auspices of that block grant to they developed the rubrics. They were the ones that vetted the folks that were looking for grants. That kind of allowed us to provide a grant program and not have to provide the evaluation on every single one. That seems to make a lot of sense to me. It worked really well in the past. I never heard anybody really have a big pushback on that program, and I think that's a key. The one exception I would say is that the downtown arts kind of stuff, we may want to approach in a different way, because there are a number of large arts organizations and a number of venues in play. But I think for the general nonprofit, we should set an amount and then work with the Community Foundation to do that, because that has worked really well.
So you were just thinking of just the one, and then we would give them the money and then they would disperse it?
Yes. And that's consistent with what we had done in the past.
Okay, so in other words, the board would not become, so like I'm listening to Reg saying that there's a war memorial he's interested in and would like a grant for. So I believe in grant giving. I would like to see us figure out, I would like to see staff determine what can we afford to give in grants, and then do we have some sort of application process for people to apply so that it's not so that people understand there's a limited amount of funds, right? and then, we designate certain groups that we're going to give our grants to each year. If you want to apply for a grant, you have to apply by this date. That's probably a little too weedy again, but I don't know if that would work for everyone.
Scott?
Bill, does this foundation receive money from other organizations besides CA?
Yes, it's a fairly substantial organization.
Okay.
But the work that they did with CA in the past, and Dennis, if you can help with this, there was a block grant provided by CA, and then that was particular to nonprofits within the Columbia area serving Columbia residents, more or less. Is that pretty close?
It is. So we set a number, $100,000, and yes.
Yeah.
Eric and then Susan.
So keep in mind, any grants we give are going to be funded out of the annual charge dollars that our residents pay. Therefore, any organizations getting grants should be using those grants to directly benefit our residents and or directly enhance our land. So the whatever grants we give should have a direct benefit to our residents and or CA.
Susan.
So I just want to elaborate a little further on that. So we did for quite a long time, many years, give a grant, as Dennis and Bill described, and there was a CA staff member who was part of that process at the foundation on helping to make sure, exactly to Eric's point, that those were, Columbia-centric and focused on purposes that align with our mission and vision. And so that was one kind of set of grant funds. We do not have the infrastructure, and never did, for a full-on, grants of approval and disbursement policy. We've not been in that business where we would open up, an application period and then evaluate, applicants and such. And then, but what was also included for many years at different levels is things like the arts in downtown, because CA had been a sort of a co-founding agent in the Festival of the Arts and things like that. And those have been described, and even on our financials, as sort of temporary assistance and grants. And so grants to the Downtown Columbia Partnership in the past, or to the Festival of the Arts, or to even Inner Arbor Trust, were those kind of grants.
Right. Dennis.
So I'd like to, from my perspective, I like grants that are very intentional, like the War Memorial or like the Columbia Festival of the Arts. But the other thing I'd like everyone to consider is that we already are in that process. By giving away 800 point program memberships, CA granted 800 families a membership. By reducing the membership price for memberships, we've granted that to income-adjusted residents. So the other piece of this is be intentional about the grants and then decide, okay, we're going to expand the point program, or we're going to lower the rate for low-income memberships. And that directly affects Columbia residents who need help. We can be very intentional.
And I would also point out that we do provide actually in-kind services to a number of organizations that do not show up under the grant category, but they are, in essence, non-cash grants. So it's not like we're not doing things, but we do, a number of those activities that help. All right. Keith, do you have anything?
I was trying to add something to the end here, but the board desires to provide a grant to the Community Foundation to facilitate distribution with a direct benefit to residents and or CA. And then and I don't know if this is prioritization or if I need to add language here, but we have to fund certain things before we have funds available to give things away. And I don't know how to write that into
Yeah.
I think it might be Eric's prioritization.
Yeah, we could vote on priority, but I'd request that you make that a lot more generic. I mean, you basically just selected one grantee at the expense of all others.
But I thought that what you were suggesting, or some, I thought.
I was not suggesting any particular
Okay,
grantee.
but what I understood is that someone was suggesting that we go back to what we, Bill, it was you.
Yeah.
Go back to giving a block grant and allowing someone who is structured to issue grants.
You're still presupposing a grantee. And I don't think we're at that stage at this meeting yet. I think it needs to be, if we're going to talk about grants, it needs to be at a much higher strategic level.
Okay.
We shouldn't be selecting grantees right now, and that's especially when there's no application. But I think we have to note that we're not a 501c3. We're not a 501c3 charity. We're a 501c4. We operate for the benefits of our residents. As a 501c4 HOA.
For the community.
For the community.
Not just the residents.
Right.
But the residents pay into the annual.
Columbia and its environs.
Yes, but the residents are the ones paying into the annual charge. They're the ones funding these grants through their annual charge. And as Dennis said, what we need to be very, what was the word you used? Intentional. We need to be very intentional that what we're doing is having a direct benefit to our neighbors.
Okay, so how about this? The board desires to establish a grant to be facilitated through the Community Foundation with a direct benefit to residents in CA.
You're still presupposing a grantee.
I didn't. What I said is I'm using the Community Foundation in the rewording to be a mechanism rather than a grant. So what we're saying is that we want to establish a grant fund to be facilitated through the Community Foundation.
Right, which is what the board decided years ago, that it did not want to get into being a grant organization. It didn't want to put up the staff and have it. And instead, in essence, what you're doing is you're hiring the Community Foundation to be the organization that handles all the incoming grants. We give them X dollars, and then they do all the administrative stuff and everything.
How about the board desires to restart the grant funding program as allowable by financial
conditions?
That
sounds good.
That sounds good.
To be honest with you, I'd rather not add that kind of language, and the reason why is that we are always supposed to be doing that. So if we spell it out here and not here and so on and so forth, it's like, well.
I just want to take the Columbia Foundation.
I would change restart to continue.
Yeah.
We did it last year. We funded grants last year, or a grant last year.
So can you restate that?
Restate it, Dennis.
The board desires to continue the grant funding program, period.
Done.
And then where it ends up.
Right, we can argue at the actual budget. All right, does anybody?
December.
Anybody disagree with that?
Sure.
Good. All right.
I do. Okay. And I do believe that there's some strategic decisions that are being made, and one of them is, we want to establish a grant program, and then the board is also indicating if we don't provide some level of mechanism, then what we're also indicating is that we are going to go hire staff, for instance, to facilitate. And is that where we're going with this?
So my thought is once you decide there's money, then you decide how to spend it. You don't start. I wouldn't start by saying the money's going to go to this place and then figure out how much that is.
Eric and Bill.
That's actually more of a question for Dennis. So you mentioned points programs. Are we lumping that type of thing into the grants, or is that?
No, I'm just making the statement that CA is in the business of providing what I would call grants to a large number of families and residents.
I'm just trying to see if you're trying to make the grants subject broader.
No, I'm not.
Bill?
Actually, for once, I didn't have anything to say. So.
Amazing.
All right, so here's what I'd like to do. So I'd like, if everybody would withdraw all the motions and amendments, they'd agree to that. And then Keith is going to make a motion that we accept the 6 priorities that we just finalized and send them off to staff as our fiscal year 25 budget. Is that okay? All right, Keith made that motion.
Could you please? I'm going to clarify the motion. I'd like to make the motion and allow the staff to make minor modifications for readability and so on and so forth, so that I don't have to wordsmith everything as we go through here.
I think we got the gist, right, everybody? Anybody want a second?
So.
Second it.
Do you want me? Oh, yeah, sorry.
Keith made that motion.
Could you please? I believe, who made the motion? I'd like to make the motion and allow the staff to make minor modifications to.
Oh, we're getting feedback.
Oh, nice. That's really bad. I don't like that.
Wordsmith
everything as we go through here.
Anybody second?
So.
Second it.
Do you want me? Oh, yeah, sorry. I feel like we're re-listening to our own meeting.
It's feedback.
We're going back to the future?
Yes,
Or
we
back to the
are.
past?
Does somebody have their mic on? I mean,
This guy?
okay, I think they just killed it. Okay, so Keith made the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Chris seconded. Sorry, Chris seconded. All
It's
right.
okay.
Just for discussion, the only one that I'm going to clarify, because I already stated all of the other ones, is that on the grants, we're saying the board desires to continue the grant funding program.
Yes.
And then the last item is that we want to ensure that we fund the existing strategic plan.
I think that.
Mr. Chairman, Alan Klein made it to our meeting.
Wow.
Oh, Alan's there. Wow. All right.
Hey, Alan.
All right. Is there any objection to that?
A question, are these priorities in priority order or not, or non-order? If so, could you specify in the motion that they're not in any order?
I accept your friendly amendment.
They're not in.
That they're not in any order. So I make a friendly amendment that these priorities are in no particular order.
Just bullet them.
All right. Any objection to that?
No objection. Discussion.
Okay.
So the only piece that I would like to see added, because we're not doing the priority piece, is that we need to fund all of the infrastructure and environmental and all of these other components before we establish a grant fund. So that's the only priority piece that I would like to see given as guidance to the team.
So basically, the grant part would be the last.
That's my opinion.
So Keith, are you offering an amendment to add that language to your list?
If that makes sense. Yes. I'm trying to wind through the.
You sort of undid my friendly amendment.
Did I? Okay. Yeah. I'm having a conversation. I'm sorry, Robert's rules are going to kill me here, but Karen, yes, what I'm thinking is that we prioritize grants after everything else that CA needs.
Okay.
A point of order, could we do if we're not going to do prioritization now, could we just do all the prioritization at the future meeting?
That's fine.
I mean, we in the friendly amendment, there are no priority
I can accept
order.
that.
Okay, so.
Done. So they're bulleted and as they've been outlined, and I'll get them to Dennis for.
Janet and Julia and Susan.
I'm going to get it to Dennis.
Dennis will
All
move
right.
it around.
Yes. All right. So hearing no objection, that motion is adopted. All right. You want to take a 5-minute break?
Oh, we got more on the agenda? We got more on the agenda?
Oh, yeah, we got a lot more on the agenda.
Got a lot of stuff.
But I figure a 5-minute break, just give people a chance to get up and stretch.
We have made it to page 136. That's pretty
Yeah,
impressive.
yeah, we're getting there.
Actually.
This one you already.
as much as we can.
Chris will be joining us.
We'll change the resident speak out policy. If you look, there was one change proposed in your packet. Individuals and individuals represented groups will have 3 minutes. Village board representatives will have 5 minutes. That is the only change that seems to be. Sky.
Okay, I was even upset tonight during resident speak out because word has somehow spread around the community that the board is considering doing away with resident speak out, and that is blatantly not true. Some people think there is a problem with resident speak out. Some people think there is not a problem. If there is a problem, the solution is either to do what the procedure says, because we have not been doing that, or to change the procedures to reflect what we're doing. We need to be fair to everyone. I think tonight I tried to, I'll drink to that. There still was a back and forth between board members and the presenter, and that was okay. We at least limited that back and forth to 2 minutes. And there was a comment made last time that, gee, what if I can't make that meeting, and that's the only meeting that they will accept my resident speak out on topic A? That means I have to wait a whole other month to speak about topic A. There are several ways that residents can reach board members. One is by resident speak out. A lot of people don't use it because they're on TV, they're in front of their neighbors. They don't like speaking and having to prepare something, and it's so much harder to speak for 3 minutes than it is to speak for 5 minutes or 10 minutes. It takes more preparation to be brief and still get your point across. So residents, I think we have to emphasize the fact that residents can email the board. They can go through their village, either orally or written. They can go through their village manager. They can reach us in several different ways. It's not only resident speak out, but what I heard tonight is that residents had emailed and not received a response. And that kind of concerns me, and I'd be interested in more specifics from those particular people. We also want residents who represent an organization, who say they represent an organization, to truly represent the opinions and the stand of that organization. There were incidents in the past that did not happen, and that is not fair to the individuals who only get 3 minutes when they could say, I represent organization XYZ, and then get an additional 2 minutes. So things have been inconsistent in the past, and I think some of us just want to, I hate to say tighten it up, but I will say tighten it up in order to be fair to all the residents.
Bill.
It's just a comment because it has come up with almost anyone that has spoken about resident speak out. With respect to resident speak out, many people bring up the word democracy, and we need to just call what we are here. This is a non-stock shareholder, a nonprofit shareholder arrangement here. Members are shareholders, and that's how the elections are run. It's all based on properties. The more properties you have, the more votes you have. That's not democratic. The folks that, there are more people that own property in Wild Lake than there are houses on my street. And I live on a street that's almost a mile long. They could outvote everybody that lives on my street. There are more people that live out of state, and they get to shop their vote out of state. And if they chose to vote, they could outdo the people on my street. That is not in any way democracy. If we want to look to what good resident speak out is, good, interface between constituents speaking truth to power to actual, elected officials, we could look at our own elected folks in the actual democratic process that we have here. And if you look at what goes on at the county level, the county council has no speak out during their voting sessions, none. And then they have a chance for residents to speak to bills that are before them, and only the bills that are before them. That is how the democracy in this county works. We have a far more expansive model here, and we're just talking about providing a little bit more structure. So let's just divorce the idea that this is an actual democracy, and let's look at how the other democracies use the ability of residents to speak truth to power.
I'd like to, I realize what you said might be true for some villages, but I'd like to, for the record, correct what you're saying because it doesn't apply to all villages. River Hill votes by person, by resident. Okay. So each resident has one vote. At least each resident over the age of 18 has one vote. So again, the voting systems in Columbia vary from village to village. So just please consider that.
Alan, and then Reg.
Yeah. I absolutely agree with Sky that we should do the procedure we've got. I see absolutely no reason to change the procedure we've got. I think it's working just fine. We hear it when we've acted in ways or just things happen in the community that people really want to contact us. And that's not the time to shut that down or curtail it. That's the time to actually to increase contact with residents. I agree also. I think it was you, Sky, talking to somebody, maybe Reg during the break, about having more community forums and that sort of. I think that'd be great, and that would help the resident speak out situation. I don't know of any. To say that there were incidents in the past, quote unquote, where people represented an organization but really didn't. It's sort of like, to me, like saying there's all this voter fraud and that's skewing the election. I don't know personally of any time when somebody represented an organization that they really weren't a representative. If it has happened in all the years I've been on the board, it's been so minuscule as to not even hit the radar screen.
Reg.
Bill, there are many ways to have a democracy. There's all kinds of ways to have a democracy. So I have no need to divorce us from the idea that we are part of a democratic process. We are elected by our villages. We are responsible to the public under the Homeowners Association Act. And we have a responsibility, just moral responsibility, to the residents. I think we need to really listen to the music behind the notes and not just listen to the notes. When somebody says, I'm worried that residents speak out, that the board is considering taking residents speak out away, yes, maybe that's hyperbole, but it's what their fear is their fear of voice being taken away. I think we need to listen to that carefully. I'm not sure. Bill, you used the phrase, this is how democracy in this county works. I'd put the word works in quotes. There are plenty of people who don't believe that the democracy in this county works. And so I don't know that I want to be patterning us after the county council. Thank you.
Rich.
Okay, so I got an email earlier today, and someone said, there are different ways for board members to communicate with their residents. And they point out, it says, Andy meets with residents privately many times upon request. Bill holds weekly Starbucks meetings, very famous. Sky does her periodic office hours at Mad City. And of course, Karen, she meets out in in her village in the parking lot and meets with her residents. So there are areas where we can speak with our residents and meet with them. However, I believe in free speech. I believe in allowing the residents to come in here and speak with us. I think it's great that, a number of people do take time to go someplace and meet with that, and I'm trying to find somewhere to do that for myself. But when people come in and residents come in and they want to talk with us, they want to say what's on their mind and try to influence what we're dealing with right now. It's their right. It's their opportunity, and they feel it's an important opportunity. And I'm not going to wave a flag or anything or do anything patriotic, but I'm just telling you that from my point of view, that's something that I fight for. I mean, it's freedom of speech. I believe it's the right of every resident to be able to sit here and talk with it. Now, I do put this proviso on it, that I don't think it's appropriate for someone to come in here and to basically say inappropriate things to us. I think that's gone outside of the purview of anyone's right to speak. I think that's absolutely wrong. But for someone to say, hey, I want to talk about subject A and we're talking about subject B, that's okay, because maybe they didn't have time and an opportunity. So I believe in it and I stand by it and I support leaving it the way it is right now.
Karen.
You're on mute.
Karen, you're on mute.
You are so consistent.
Who's that?
Well, and also they think that I'm the cause of the echo earlier, so I think I got muted for that. I want to second what Alan said and what Reg just said. I don't see any reason to change how we do resident speak out unless it's to make sure that we're following the procedure. While there are multiple ways for residents to speak to their individual representatives, I think that there's something about coming to resident speak out, as one of the residents said tonight, when they have our undivided attention as they speak about an issue that is important to them, close to their hearts, impacts, the way that they're enjoying living in Columbia. I think one of the things it does is it gives us an opportunity to hear opinions which we may not agree with, or get new information, learn who the experts actually are in our community, which I find very helpful. So I don't see any reason for us to change resident speak out. I think it works fine the way it is. I think it only becomes an issue for us, as I said last time, when we have a hot topic that brings residents in. And I also thought, I also heard Sky mentioning she'd like to see town halls. That's one of the things that I would like to see us have more of. I would like to see us hold more town halls. Should we hold a monthly town hall where we allow residents to come and speak and tell us things? And do we want to have town halls that are about one or two very specific issues? Do we want... I think Susan has community engagement coming up to talk about the budget. That's a perfect time to encourage residents to come in and talk about the budget and have their opinions heard. So, just my 2 cents.
Eric?
I move to maintain resident speak out as is and enforce the current policy.
Second?
I second it.
All right, just a second.
Who seconded it?
I did. Or someone did, but I'll take the credit for it.
Or the blame.
Whatever works. Yeah, just want to discuss, so.
All right, any discussion? Keith?
Yeah. Just to clear the record, because I've been one of the people who has been in favor of doing something different. I've never been in favor of not having residents able to speak to us. That's never been my agenda or purpose behind it, because I agree, folks need to speak to us and be able to engage with us. What I do want to make sure and this isn't saying that I'm going to vote against this, but I do want to make sure that we're all very aware of the impact it has to our ability to serve the residents. Okay, and there are mechanisms in the existing rules, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, that allow us to limit conversation in the resident speakouts. The challenge is that when we want to invoke those rules, politically, we don't like to invoke those rules because it appears that we don't want to hear the messages that are coming from residents. So even though we're saying that we want to adhere to the rules, we don't really want to adhere to the rules because the rules will make us look bad because we don't want to stop people from coming in and talking to us. So that's what the rule says. I believe it says that we can limit that. So I'm fine moving forward with the piece, and I'd even say call the vote. But I just want to make sure everybody understands what we're saying, and that is that we're going to enforce the policy. And as I understood the policy, we have the ability, and we tell them every time that we have the ability to limit resident speak out, but we never implement it because we don't want to be seen as limiting resident speak out.
Alan and then Bill.
Yeah.
Oh, and then Chris.
In quick response to that, the rule says we can do that, not that we will or shall or should.
Correct.
But I agree with you. It's not something we've implemented. I think having it there gives us a mechanism so that, for example, if what Reg was talking about, if people start talking in ways that are uncivil, we have the ability to limit that.
I know I'm stepping in. Can I just clarify one thing from my messaging? And thank you, Alan. The impact on the ability to serve, what I'm talking about there, if it wasn't explicit, is that when we have extended resident speakouts, when we're trying to get through voting material, what I've experienced and what I've seen is that by the time we get to other agenda items, we are not focusing on or able to deliberate fully on those agenda items, and we're not able to serve the residents in that fashion. That was my clarification.
I heard you and understood it. For me, it's a trade-off between the two.
Bill and then Chris.
All right, just because Keith brought it up, I just wanted to also state that I was never in favor of eliminating resident speak out. So I wanted to make sure that everybody understood where my position is. And also, as this has been discussed, Eric has asked that we have the ability to limit people's ability to speak out based on time constraints or whatever we find the criteria to be.
I didn't ask for that.
That's the existing policy. The existing policy says that due to time constraints, we may limit people's ability to speak. That is, you asked that we endorse and maintain.
I asked that we just maintain our current policy.
I'm just making my point.
You're putting words in my mouth.
You said you wanted to do the policy. I want to make my point. I don't want to have a discussion at this late hour.
Then don't put words in my mouth.
The policy we had contemplated earlier was to limit resident or all speak out to 3 minutes. This policy that we're talking about now allows us to shut it down, and I'm not in favor of just shutting people down.
We call the question?
Wait a minute.
Chris?
Scott? I thought Chris had it.
I did, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I thought Chris had it.
So I don't think that it was ever on the table to completely eliminate resident speak out.
No.
Okay, I want to make sure that that's very, very clear. That was never something that anybody wanted. The idea was to modify resident speak out, and I'm not saying I'm in favor or not in favor of any of these, by limiting everyone to 3 minutes or adjusting the time, by limiting the topics they could speak about, which we heard today that many people, that was the majority of what people did not want to see implemented, right? Is only being allowed to speak out on agenda topics, which makes complete sense. Resident speak out should be for topics that people are concerned about and can bring to our attention. Otherwise, how would they be brought? The other one that I think that I recall clearly is changing the mechanism by which we verify that people are actually representatives of groups rather than falsifying that they are a person that is speaking on behalf of them, right? So I think those are kind of the major things that I recall, and of them is simply, does everybody get 3 minutes? And if groups get 5 minutes, do we require some kind of documentation saying that they are a true representative of that group? Are those the only topics that are really up for debate?
Well, there's a motion on the table.
I know, but I'm saying that I'm just in discussion. I'm just saying, is this?
Yeah, I would
Are
say that
these
those.
the only things, right?
Those are the
There's
only
never,
things.
we're not
Yeah,
getting rid of
that's
resident
all.
speak out. It's just whether, and I think the only other thing the only other thing is limiting the total time and the number of people, because as Keith was saying, if it goes for an hour and a half, by the time that we get to agenda topics, we're rushed. We're here, to the wee hours, and nobody is in the right state of mind to be putting forth their best efforts. So, thank you.
Sky.
If we limit everybody to 3 minutes, we don't have to worry about anybody representing an organization and showing proof. So that's one way to simplify it. And as far as everything working fine until we have a hot topic, the time to change procedures is not during a hot topic because people are already kind of on one side or another. The time to change procedures is when things are going fine to prevent the next hot topic debate.
Can you remind me what the motion on the table is?
To just maintain the current resident speak out policy and enforce the current policy. I will make a motion, though, an amendment, that we just limit everybody to 3 minutes.
I second it.
Aaron and Alan had their hands up.
Yeah, just a second, I have to write this down, sorry. Okay, Karen and then Alan.
Aaron, your mute's working really good.
Karen, you're mute.
Hopefully you guys didn't hear me swearing just then. I just wanted to respond to Sky. I don't think my point about hot topics is there's a few times when we have a ton of residents who come in and speak because there's a hot topic, but most of the time, residents speak out, we don't get that many people. So I'm not even saying that we should make a change when we have a hot topic. I think when we have a hot topic, we should sit and listen to all the residents who came to speak about the hot topic. But the rest of the time, I don't think there's ever an issue. So that was my only point. Not that we should make a change during the hot topic time. I don't think we should make a change.
Alan.
And I agree with what Karen said, so I'm not going to repeat it. I agree, Sky, that the time to change is, the time to fix your roof is not when it's raining, it's when it's not raining. Time to change is in a period of calm, but I think we also need to use the period of calm to learn, to look back and learn. I think that, to me, it's clear that we didn't do a good job of prepping the community for this discussion. I wasn't here for the resident speak out, so I don't know how many people spoke. I don't know who said what. I've not spoken to anybody about resident speak out in my village. Only conversations I've had with other board members over email. But clearly, it reminds me sort of the neighborhood center debacle of a few years ago, where word got out into the community that we were going to close down all these neighborhood centers, and it was going to happen this week. And it's because we as an organization didn't prep the community well enough for the discussion that was happening. Seems to me something similar happened here. So the lesson to me is not, let's curtail residents, let's limit the number of hours. It's let's do a better job of preparing for what we can look ahead and say are going to be hot topic situations and plan for that. So I'm not in favor of this amendment.
All right, I'd like to call the question on the amendment.
I'd like to
Eric?
discuss the amendment some more. So I'll point out that, what do we have, 3 groups today testify? That's typical. So what would we be saving, 4 minutes, 6 minutes? We're going to actually spend more time debating whether or not to limit group talk to 3 minutes than it'll actually save us per meeting. This amendment saves us 4 to 6 minutes tops.
But it's as Sky said, that then you don't have to worry about whether they represent a group or not. Do they really represent the group?
Well, actually, you still do, because if someone's going to testify as a group, I mean, you want to make sure they're actually testifying as the group, whether they get 3 minutes or 5 minutes or 1 minute. I mean, you want to make sure that they're speaking on behalf of the group anyway. That they're not. But my point is that this amendment only saves us a couple of minutes. It doesn't. It's. And it also limits what the villages or our advisory boards might want to come to us. So I'm not for this amendment.
All right, let me just call the vote. Chris?
Yes.
Alan? Alan?
No.
Okay. Sky?
Yes.
Keith?
Yes.
Reg?
No.
Karen?
No.
Bill?
Yes.
Eric?
No.
Andy? Yes. All right, passes 5-4. All right, I'm going to call the question now on the amended motion, which is everything except we keep the same policy, we enforce it, and we just change everybody has 3 minutes. All right.
Before you call the question, Andy?
Yeah, I'm going to call the question.
Before you call the question, could I'd like to hear the data on this allegation that we have this problem with people misrepresenting themselves as if they're speaking for a group.
I don't think that's appropriate for right now. I mean, whether or not people misrepresented themselves. I mean,
well, that was the basis of what people were saying why we need to have this, was because it would save us time because people are misrepresenting themselves. I mean, as Eric pointed out, we get so few groups, the actual time we're going to save doesn't matter. So, but if the issue is because of all these people who are misrepresenting themselves, I'm hearing that as an allegation without substance. And I'd like to hear the substance.
I'd like to withdraw.
I just have for me, it's not about what was being discussed in terms of the allegations that you're discussing. It's just, I don't know how we establish what's a group or not a group and just what that dynamic is, not even representing, but I mean, I can come up here and say I'm part of Keith's LLC and I can take 5 minutes and I don't know if it's really established as an LLC or anything, but I don't want to adjudicate that either. I would rather just have it be consistent and everybody gets their 3 minutes and we move on.
All right, I'm going to call the question. Eric.
I don't see the point of this motion anymore. I mean, we've already made the motion to change resident speak out. So this, I mean, we just go with
yes or no. Yes, no, or abstain.
No.
Karen.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the motion?
What are we voting on now? Are we voting on Eric's original?
Motion was maintain the current resident speak out policy and enforce the policy. And we added an amendment which says we will limit everyone to 3 minutes. So it's an amended motion.
So basically it's keep the policy except everybody gets 3 minutes.
Yeah, except everybody gets 3 minutes.
Thank
you.
So it's basically what was put in the packet.
Okay. Karen.
No.
Reg.
No.
Keith.
Yes.
Sky.
Yes.
Alan.
No.
Chris.
Yes.
Bill.
No.
Andy, yes. Okay, motion fails.
So the irony here is that the motion to keep the policy being voted down means the policy remains in effect.
It was an amended motion that changed the policy.
So
I'm not sure.
Can we go to the next agenda item?
We can move, yeah.
What was it?
Just a point.
So the policy remains in place.
Yeah, nothing changes.
Yeah. All right.
I don't understand. Are we keeping the policy?
Nothing changes.
Nothing changes.
Nothing changes.
There was a motion to keep the policy. That fails. That means that the policy remains the same.
But the amendment passed.
Correct.
So it changes the motion to say we're keeping the policy except for limiting everybody to 3 minutes.
Point of order, the motion failed. So the amendment
failed?
The motion failed.
Okay.
The main motion failed,
4
so
to
the
5
amendment
vote.
is irrelevant.
So,
You've got so many double negatives.
The amendment
Chemistry,
was
it's all cut
relevant.
and
It was just,
dried.
it was
It's
an amended
numbers and
motion. It got
formulas.
voted down.
All right,
3 rights make a left.
board discussion. Advisory committees. Work session meetings. We are going to have these topics on the October agenda. So if the board doesn't mind, could we just,
Mr. Chairman, I wish to make this point.
Sure.
We sat through an hour of residents speak out, and that was valuable time spent.
Yes.
But here we are at the end of the evening, and we're starting to discharge the approved agenda.
Yes.
So we are not actually accomplishing the work that we set out to do if we go ahead and start bypassing some of this stuff. We sat through an hour, residents speak out, and there was good discussion, there was good information transferred. I think that we should continue on until we complete this agenda. That is just my position. I don't know where the rest of the board sits.
What's the board think?
I move to table agenda 8.
Second.
What are the repercussions of this?
We just take it up at the work session.
So
It's-
does
it's
that
already
mean
on the
it only
work
gets
session.
2 discussion meetings, or does it still get 3?
No, still needs 3.
Still needs 3.
Yeah.
But could I ask, what is I'm not clear what the it is. I'm with Sky. I'm not clear what the it is, except to hear some current data about advisory committees. Is there we only have this 3 meeting rule when there's major proposals to make changes. Is there a major change proposed here?
It's a change in policy, isn't it?
Yeah, there was some discussion about advisory committees, and if we wanted to change any of the policies regarding them, it was a board discussion.
Yeah, this is just a discussion. We can have a discussion in a work session. That's what they're for.
Right.
Point of order, are there any proposed changes in the packet?
No, because it's for a discussion. All right, there's a motion to table these, basically to our work session. I'll take the vote. Chris?
Yes.
On table, yes. Keith?
Yes.
Bill?
No.
Eric?
Yes.
Sky?
Yes.
Reg?
Yes.
Bill, I'm sorry, Karen?
Yes.
I'll vote no again if you want me to.
Alan?
Yes.
Andy? Yeah, I'll say yes. All right, so we're going on to reports. So Dennis, would you like to just say a few words on President's report?
So the President's report was revised and is much more visual. I don't know if you guys have, I'm sure you've looked at it, but rather than just a narrative, there are pictures intermixed in there, and it's the thought being that 5 pages of bullet points after the first page, you probably don't get to the second page. And so the thought is that there are pictures for important projects or for initiatives. So just again, want to make everything more visual, more videos, more pictures that I think are a lot more impactful and tell the story about who we are.
I like it. I actually do. I like
This is really cool.
Okay, any questions for Dennis?
I don't have a question, but I have a statement. It's not a question, but I agree. I like this. I also really want to say, Dennis, I really appreciate the communication you put out about, I think it was about, what was it about? That you were
I'm not hearing you.
Alan, you have to speak up because we can't hear you.
Dennis put out an email replying, I believe, to an email that Karen put out. I just really appreciated the specificity and depth and pointedness of it. I just really appreciate that kind of communication. Thank you.
Is this the type of thing that can go in the kiosk?
What?
Is this the type of thing that can go in that new kiosk?
So a lot of the stuff, the information that's in here, a lot of that goes in the kiosk, but not all of it.
Okay.
Okay, MBE report. Susan, would you like this?
No, I would just be open to questions, please.
So we do have a minority business policy, and every year we get a report. Any questions for Susan on the report, or Dennis, or?
I'd just like to hear how the staff feels about progress toward the goals, about implementation.
So
I get the facts from the report, but how do you feel about it?
We are very pleased with the progress that we're making, and I think you should see, this is the report for fiscal year 2023. The results for the first quarter of '24 are even better, and so we continue to make great strides in this goal.
Yeah, I would say this is the best report I've seen the last 4 or 5 years. We're really getting to our goal, and staff has done an excellent job. I mean, this is the best, the closest we've ever gotten. Thanks, staff.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, financial reports. Dennis, Susan, anything you want to?
Susan?
So I did want to take the opportunity to just point out that the financial report has changed and now includes the information from the dashboard, and will include all of the information from the dashboard in future quarters. And to that end, we added additional graphs. And the ultimate goal, or penultimate goal, I guess, is to reduce the amount of print material that we produce, and to just put that on an online version, and to print the graphics, the special reports, and the CA-wide and departmental results. So to just scale back on the physical report production in future quarters. For the financial statements, at the audit committee, there was a good discussion. Lynn Schwartz did a great job explaining CA's cash position and how you can't see from quarter to quarter or within the quarters the seasonality and what we track to make sure that CA has the cash that it needs. Andy summarized a lot of that in a piece that he distributed this evening as well.
Yeah, I wanted to say that at the audit committee, they asked that I prepare a very short statement to the board on the cash flow message, just so that everybody, was made aware of it. And Bill, Sky, if you want to add anything on that, Reg. But so you have that little message in front of you on the cash flow.
And for those who are virtual, I guess it will be distributed to them electronically?
Yeah, I think it will.
Okay.
Yeah. So any questions then on the financial reports? Bill, as vice chair of the committee, anything on the audit committee?
Just first quarter looked generally pretty good. We're right where we want to be, I think. There were a couple of things with fees and some hang-ups with projects that we're looking to complete, but waiting on some supply chain kind of things to get the final pieces, parts to install to finish them up, and hopefully by second quarter we should be all done with those, and or at least most of them. But generally we look pretty good.
So in addition to the cash flow discussion that occurred, I think the other important thing that the audit committee talked about was the fact that under our current projections, we will not have to tap our line of credit, which is really good, because originally the budget was projecting we had to borrow about $1.4 million. But it looks like we may get away with the break even and not require use of the.
This ties back to the discussion about the cash flow. That would be at year's end, the last last three pay cycles before we get to the second week in June or in July, when we start getting the lien assessments to start coming in. That's where we get to where we may, in future years or in past years when times were tough, had to access the line of credit just to make it to the end. It's not like we need to access the line of credit this week. It's a year-end kind of thing. So, but that was certainly a great, good news projection that this year we seem to be on track to not have to tap that.
Alan has his hand up. Alan, do you have a question?
Thank you. Yes, Susan, that reminds me of, I think it was a couple of years ago, we were having discussion about the unknown impact of and I may have the wrong terminology here, but of the county reassessing particularly business properties, and that may lower our assessment of them. And what I heard, if I recall correctly, was that we don't know that could happen in future years, looking retrospectively, and so we don't know what the impact is. Do we have any better sense of whether that's still a looming possible problem on the horizon, or any other data around that?
It is, and in fact, I think it's starting to be realized to some extent. So we had in the fourth quarter report, or the year-end report, I reported a $14,000 credit that was applied to a commercial property being reassessed because of the valuation going down. And I think, I don't think it would be news to any of you that office properties it's only a matter of time before those values are reduced. So we'll see what happens. But we had a $14,000 credit on one property last quarter.
Thank you.
Okay, dashboard, you saw the memo. That is being incorporated within the quarterly report. And once again, I certainly urge you all to look at the quarterly report, the new format. Next item, update on board action items. So you have an update for you. The idea was when the board approves something, it'll go under the action item update, and then you get a status report at each meeting. Keith, I know you had been in particular. What do you think of the format?
I think it's cool. The only piece that I was wondering about on this format is the BOD would like an update on the status of the Lakefront Library. I didn't know that was like a board voting thing versus something that was in a question, in our questions. Good point. Good point. That's the only.
Yeah. Well, but that's why we put it out, and that's why. That's a good
I'd
catch.
like an update also, but I didn't think that those are the items that are on here.
Right, not as a board action. Right. Okay. Any other things? Okay. We did not have a report this month from the Ann Arbor, and we did have the memo on current legislation. Any questions?
Just the Council Bill 37-2023 with respect to expansion of a tax credit. That doesn't necessarily generate an automatic credit for the assessment. It would just be if that happened, people would ask for that from CA. Is that the concern there, or? Okay.
We'll look into it.
Right.
I hear you.
I mean, it's good to know the bill exists. I was just wondering what the applicability to this board was.
All right. Proposed new topics?
I have a couple of questions. I noticed that the Columbia Council is not going to meet until the end of October to consider the new town center representative, and I was wondering why we're not doing that at the next meeting. Since that person will be selected the previous night.
Actually, that's the problem. It's the previous night. There are notice requirements that we have to meet when we meet as the members of the corporation, and having the person selected the night before a meeting would not allow us to do the notification.
Okay.
To meet the notification.
The person's name needs to be.
Right. It has to be published.
Okay.
It has to be published.
Okay. Okay.
And so.
Are we sure that the person's name has to be published, or couldn't we just say that the members of the corporation, or whatever, however we phrase it, will meet to discuss, vote in, whatever the proper wording is, the representative to the Columbia Council chosen by Sound Center Village Association?
My understanding is we have to actually publish the name.
Yeah.
But
where does it say
I will
that?
defer. So that's why it's scheduled, and
Okay.
there are no official votes occurring. until that meeting, so that allows the
Right.
town rep.
Right.
Council rep. But there's nothing to prevent the town center rep from, attending, the new town center rep attending, the work session and that.
Unofficially
Yeah.
in the audience. And do we have an update on the CEO search or the strategic plan? They were not on the agenda. I was wondering if anything happened in the last couple of weeks, or will there be a report at the next meeting?
There will be a report coming up. The contract was signed for the search. And we will be meeting, the board will be meeting with the search firm. It has to all be worked out. Anything else?
I have my hand up.
Alan?
John, I'd like to hear what the justification is, or the letter of the, whatever it is, law or policy, bylaw, whatever it is, that says that the person's name has to be included in the announcement.
So you want legal advice?
I want to have that information.
Why doesn't John provide that through the official channel, because it will be legal advice? And this is an open session. So, John, if you would reply.
Sure.
Using the correct channel. Thank you, Alan. All right. Chair's remarks, real quick. Last night, there was a covenant information session held at Town Center at Oakland. It was well attended, and I want to thank both CA staff for putting on the session, as well as Town Center for hosting.
And the food was very good.
At the Columbia Arts Center, there's a 2023 student and faculty exhibition. It runs through October 6th, and I encourage people to go to that. As you kind of heard tonight, on the fourth Tuesday of each month, CA hosts World Language Cafe in the 50+ East Columbia Center. So if you could pass the word out and invite people to come. The Latin Dance Night at the Lakefront was a really great event. 1,000 people. People have been talking about it, I hear it, in the community. So I wanted to thank staff for the event. And just remind everyone that our next work session is October 12th, and the agenda and the information packet will be posted by October 6th. And that's it.
I'm sorry, I have two more questions. So in November, we only have one meeting.
Yes.
And it's going to be in the first half of the month, and it's going to be a voting meeting?
Yes.
And in December, the same thing?
Yes, because Thanksgiving falls on the fourth
So we won't have
Thursday.
work sessions, those two?
Right.
Okay.
They'll be incorporated within the meeting. If we have anything to discuss, they'll simply be incorporated within the meeting.
And generally speaking, the December meeting is, that's a good one. We got to figure out the budget during that meeting.
Yeah. All right.
And before we adjourn, I just want to let people know that my Red Sox allowed the Orioles to win tonight, so the Orioles have 100 wins and are
playoffs.
Thank you, Alan.
At the top of the division.
You're too good to us, Alan.
Our Red Sox allow everyone to win.
There you go.
How's this news?
Oh, okay. No, we are way off topic here. All right. Hearing no objection, we are adjourned. I want to thank everybody for coming out tonight. 10:58.
Yeah, we beat the 11 o'clock alarm.
I know.